Well, listen, it's perfect.
In the new Book of Boba Fett trailer, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
The
looking at him
first
right
one's
now.
just hilarious. And I also say this, but like the lady playing Fennec Shan, like she's old too. Like, uh,
Yeah, I think she's like in her 40s or 50s, right?
yeah, she was Mulan if I remember correctly as well in the animated. So like, yeah, she's very
Yeah,
old
okay,
too.
right. She's at least 50.
Yeah, like two old people playing two people that should not that are
That
two
should not be
things.
nearly as old as they are, right, in
Yeah.
actuality.
Uh, but you
Because,
know,
like,
they
realistically
looks like they're
speaking,
having fun.
yeah, they're having fun. And they probably both insisted on being in the suits, honestly. They probably both very much insisted. This is like, fucking, I'm in the suit, or you're not having me. And it's just like, well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
what
it's
are
gonna
we
be
gonna
fun
do?
seeing
Say
those
no?
two. Yeah. Like it's gonna be fun seeing those two play off each other. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's obvious that they love the characters anyway, so. Those are the types of actors you need. People who physically should not be able to play that character, but, like, try to anyway, so it's great.
It's
Anyways, we're gonna start the New Game Plus now.
good. Time to wait in Queen again. Let's go.
It's still Shadowbringers Part 1, but this time we're, like, killing Titania now, so.
You know, and hopefully the Queen would take shorter.
Oh shit, did I just pronounce it Titania?
Yes.
I've heard Titania, I've heard Titania, I've never heard Titania.
Titania. Hey, it's a combination of both, so you know.
I guess so. It works. It works. Let's see. Here's hoping for an insta-queue. Well,
5 minutes. That's 3 times shorter than last time.
well, it always starts with 5 minutes.
Ah. Too bad you're the only one in the party. If there's another guy in there, like yeah, we can definitely get it.
Fucking. I don't want to do this as a DPS, but like, what if I queue in as like Dragoon or something? Insta queues. Longer actually, and also durability is low on this one. Withdrawal. Okay. Repair first. Just beautiful.
Oh, so do you think part 1's gonna end when we hit level 75?
I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just about then, I think, actually.
So it looks like we just need to meet your shoulder.
We just meet Yustola, and we do the area that she's in, which is Raktika Great. Ah, there we go!
Ooh, nice.
Not an insta-queue, but I'll take it. That was quick. But yeah, we meet Yustola, we do the area she's in, and yada yada yada.
Nice.
Dude, yeah, we're not even done with part 1. It's great, because, like, part 1's looking up to be, like, 13 hours, man.
Yeah. And it doesn't feel like 13 hours. This is like Realm Reborn length, and it doesn't feel like Realm Reborn length.
Who goes there? Oh, fuck. I didn't even start reading that.
Oh,
The amount of
it
people who
didn't
want to
come
fuck
through
her,
now.
by the way, is, like, an uncomfortable amount, because she's technically the soul of a dead child. So...
This makes it even more disturbing to fight her. Let's go.
So much time lost, so much frolicking and feasting left undone. I really like the interior design of this place. We must make up for it, we must. Beginning by playing with you!
It does look like you're fighting cyber power.
It is really fucking cool. I love it.
The design's pretty cool too, like the butterfly wings and everything.
Okay, alright.
That one person spinning.
Come and play! For the night is right, and you can sleep when you're dead.
Of course they gave her the Iron Dust thing.
Yeah. Because of course you would have to. I cannot nail that fucking accent at all. It's extremely thick. All the pixies have very, very thick Irish accents. It is hard.
You gotta get like 10 tankers of ale right there.
Exactly. Like, you probably heard me struggling to try and get their accents down until I fucking gave up. I love them though. I really love the pixies of this game. Very unique pixies compared to other pixies, but also like very distinctly pixies.
Embracing the folk tale.
Yeah. You can turn around. There you go.
When you play with fire.
But yeah, I love it so much. Very much. Like, if Ishgard was based off of, like, France, right? Then, like, Vobert's, like, based off of, like, the English Isles. Very much so. And you can even tell with, like, the geography of it, everything. And the general architecture compared to Ishgard. A lot more fantastical and fairy book type. Fairy tale.
We're sick of this cramped old castle.
Favorite area in Shadowbringers. People swear by Raktika though, because the music fucking slaps, so.
We'll see when we get there.
Yeah. And the lore of Raktika is also really cool as well. Because Raktika, instead of Vanillin being the staging point for the ancient empire, like how the Algan Empire was, the staging point for the ancient empire in the first is actually Ronka. It was actually in the Raktika Great Word, so it's Ronka. The implication being that nature and overgrowth has taken over the ancient civilization. So. Which makes sense, that ancient civilization would be like way more ancient than the Algans would be, yeah? Because, like, we're time accelerated 100 years in this world, so... A whole 100 years of extra history on top of which. Very interesting. What's funny, actually, is the tank role quests from Shadowbringers. The guy is a Dark Knight, because, you know, big ass sword and whatnot, but, so obviously, and it's, like, actually really fucking edgy because he's going out for revenge and everything as well, and fucking the staging point is Omeg. It gets kinda fucking ironic. It's fun though, because it's like it's actually like a really tragic story. Another thing about the Kingdom of Robert that they discuss in those world quests is that they Vobert wasn't as like aggressive against dragons as Ishgard was at all. In fact, I don't even know if dragons properly existed at first, but that means that the monarchy of Vobert is actually Aura. I mean, drawn. But yeah. Very stark contrast to Ishgard.
Bigger's better.
Anyways, we have a ad phase here. It's a really fucking cool fight too. I love it. I love everything about this fucking expansion, but like this fight in particular is actually really, really exciting. Out of the extremes, this is actually the harder one too. You know, she summons her ads and we kill her ads, and then she makes them embiggered. Now they're like giant, and we kill them. And like she covers the castle in overgrowth as well. She wanted to play in the forest, so she transported us to the forest.
dance like the leaves on the forest.
One thing that's baffling too, though, my AoE mitigation skill, aka my skill that makes everyone else's defense go up as well. I don't get down to level 76, and while the effect is basically like the same as just my normal mitigation skill, it's still baffling how I don't get to protect anybody else until 76. Well, I mean, I do get to protect anybody else. It's Blackest Night if I target other people with that. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Please, okay. Thank God it binds me. I mean, not that I should actually have anything to worry about. The area in this version of the fight is fenced. I'm so used to Extreme, where there's no fence here, so you can fall off the arena and die. Wait, who used our limit break before? Why do we have a limit break 1, not a freeze? Whatever, we killed her.
We can play no more.
Here's the night.
Nice.
Even the lights through the glass windows, stained glass windows, are now dark.
It's even nighttime.
Yeah.
This time around.
Why is it taking a long time to load? Oh, there he is.
You have freed our fallen king. Not that I expected any less, my Snayak. The dress, the crown, the scepter, the shoes. The time has come for these relics to serve their true purpose. For they are not only keys to the castle, they are also blessings to be bestowed upon the new king. The way into the castle is opened when it is time to relieve the reigning monarch of the throne. And the brave soul who does the deed has the honor of taking their place. However, should you ascend the throne, you will become one of us, never again to live as men do.
Well, that's not a good deal.
Oh.
My adorable sapling, my precious mortal. We Fae folk live forever, But such is not your virtue. To strive for a dream you will never see. To sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden. That is the beauty of your kind. Burn bright and shine as only you can. These blessings, your lovely branch will accept in your stead. Kinla, Ilichla, Ilmek, Okbra. Now, shall we attend to those unwise enough to trespass in our realm?
Yeah, our fairy friend now becomes Titania.
Nice. Nice
Awesome.
upgrade.
Yeah, exactly.
And to beat them up.
Yeah.
Confound it! How did they get here so fast? Damn these pixies and their tricks!
Oh, yikes.
How in the seven hells?
Listen well. We come in pursuit of villains who have fled to this land. You know who and where they are. Now show yourselves and answer me before I lose my patience.
Oh, stop! It hurts! It hurts!
Enough! Lift the enchantment!
Minfilia, willful child. How many times must I come to collect you?
I won't return to your maw. And I won't let you hurt my friends.
What is this stance? Where did you learn it? No oracle I trained would make such an unseemly show of herself. Know your shame, gal. You're powerless. You have no life nor purpose, save that which our master sees fit to permit.
Who are you to dictate her purpose? To lock her away and deny her a life? If she was powerless, it's because of you, you sanctimonious swine. But no longer.
Fool! Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this god's-forsaken world.
Look! The sky!
He's done it. The warrior of darkness has triumphed. General? What are our orders? What do we do?
We do what we came to do. Subdue this rabble and find the warrior of darkness.
Forward, men! Take the villains captive! Are you deaf? I said...
Anis! Axla Orwain!
Axla Orwain!
What? What's happening? Water? That wasn't there before. Ah!
Orwaig Ansasi, Orwaig Kinsi. Help me!
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourselves, damn it! General, they come in greater numbers. We must retreat.
All who stand with a warrior of darkness shall face justice. My master demands it.
See, I told you the plans for people.
I see. Well, it's a good thing Feaul volunteered to become king in your stead, for all our sakes.
We are grateful for your timely aid, Feaul, or should I say, your majesty.
It was the first night in recent memory. We all of us but wish to make the most of it. That's something you must remember about us Fey folk. Though our existence may be eternal, we exist only for the present. We live in the here and now, paying no mind to futures that may or may not be. To wit, we are not driven as men are. We cannot fight for such causes as men do.
Does that mean you won't aid us against the Sin Eaters?
Not unless the mood takes us. But if it was to repay a debt, well then, that's another matter. To take back as much as is taken. To create as much as is destroyed. To give as much as is received. Such is the way of Ilmeg. By this law, we shall lend you our strength. In return for the beautiful sky you have restored to us. In times of need, do not hesitate to call.
Friends.
What about our pact? You're not gonna fit in the retainer bell.
Silly sapling. I shall remain at your side. Even should my body be in the castle, 'tis a simple thing to have a little part of me accompany you. Treat them as you would your Isnefis.
Where's Ryonjay? There he is. Ne'er a moment did I doubt that thou wouldst triumph over thy foe. Yet the majesty of thine achievement relied of me nonetheless. Night hath returned to Ilmeg, and we stand one step closer to delivering the first from its doom, and averting the 8th umbral calamity. 'Tis but a pity thou wert not present to see the Fey folk put the Umorans to fight in flight. 'Twas a sight to raise the spirits, I do assure thee. Ah, but what valuable allies they might prove. What a mood only to take them. I knew you could do it, and not only because of your blessing. You have a strength all of your own, and has seen us through many a trial. With the warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It is time we were going, together, needless to say, to the bitter end. The fate of our two worlds being at stake, and all that. Now then, I suggest we hurry back to the Crystarium. Much and more may have happened while we were frolicking with the Fey folk. That Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me hopeful that the city will spare Yomor's attentions, but I would sooner see it for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for all of us when I say I've had a belly full of Ilmig. Let us away before the fairies think to play with us again. Liking the twins are traumatized. They were played with rigorously, I'm sure. Because twins. I just updated the stream title on Twitch real quickly. To reflect our current status of killed Titania now. God, I'm going to say that way forever now, aren't I?
All seems well at the Crystarium.
Yes. Yulmor was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
You certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
Oh man, it's the boy.
And you are...
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page. Though by rights its youth should long since have faded.
Well, well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Sos Galvus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations.
Knowing what we know of Garlemald, though, and its founding, this guy's an Ascian, isn't he?
As for my true identity...
The mask comes off. Oh, no, never mind. He just puts on one.
Ascian.
It is Emmett Selk. Ascian, as he described himself.
Gaius spoke of you. A native of the Source.
Equal in rank to La Habrel. And you came all this way just to introduce yourself to us?
Behold the sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle? Oh, it is truly, deeply infuriating. Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining?
Yes.
Following the flood, the First had been listing ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight. Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink.
Yes.
And adding his lumpen weight to the power of growth, he duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining. Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthri's rule, all the conditions would have been met. But you had to come and ruin it all.
Obviously.
Thanks to your meddling, light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters.
What? What? Did you expect everything to go perfectly with me in existence?
Well, I should begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased. As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise. Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone. Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthri and kill you all. But that's no different from what Lahabred did. And we all know how well that ended for him. And so, while it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation. I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
This, by the way, is what...
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives.
I'll keep talking after the cutscene.
Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once, might we not seek to find common ground? For good or ill, I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content. But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible. So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for. When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition. Think of it.
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright. If I may offer thee counsel, however, to make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
My apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian Slayer. I felt it only prudent to take precautions.
You know, fair's fair. Fair is fair.
Nonetheless, your counsel is duly noted. I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
That right there is one of the most beloved Final Fantasy antagonists of all time. And I don't even know where he stands on the ranking for most simped Final Fantasy characters of all time. But he's up there. The beauty of Emmett Silk, by the way, is very much... he follows in the blueprints and footsteps of Arden, actually, from Final Fantasy XV. Which I love so very much. Because Arden was really cool in 15 because he didn't actually actively hinder Noctis's progression at all. Just like how Emmett Silk isn't actively hindering our progression here. What he did instead was actually kind of actively help them out and try and let them see each other's sort of like things. You know, see that Noctis is part of a bastard line. Well, not a bastard line, but like a usurper line, right? But like Noctis is obviously the one true king, and he has to, you know, show Arden that, and at the end they fight for that, right? To prove to each other that. And that's sort of the similar thing that's happening with Emmett Silk. And I find that really fucking good and fascinating. That they actually, I don't know if it's just coincidence or if they like actually took notes from Arden from 15, but it's really fucking good. So already Emmett Silk is an amazing villain. Because of, like, literally, he just, like, you know, spat it out right there. Like, he's trying to see our side in things as opposed to blindly going in fighting against us like La Brea did. So... Cooperation? He can't be serious, can he? Well, we've certainly been given much to ponder, but first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along on us. We're perfectly capable of handling this little task. In light of your recent exertions, I say you've earned a rest. Go on, take yourself off the bed. We'll see you later, refreshed and ready for more. Oh, fuck. I don't think I've ever actually... fucking, like... Huh. They're not telling me to do it. Think about it. Think about it. Back in Stormblood, all the time when someone needed to be reported to something, they always asked us to do it.
Messenger Boy of Light.
But now
we have upgraded.
Now since we're the Warrior of Darkness, fucking it's just like, oh, okay, alright, we'll do this for you. Don't worry, it's a simple menial task. Okay? You shouldn't have to do such a thing. You should rest. Like, seriously.
Almost weird in a way.
Yeah, it's almost weird in a way when you actually think about it. Like, you're still going to a quest marker at the end of the day, but like, you're not actually reporting to anybody. You're doing this for your own time. I mean, obviously, it's more so just to talk to Ardbert, but still. Literally the thought that counts. It goes a long way. Also, sandwiches!
Finally, we can eat.
Let's see. I hope the past few days have not been overly taxing. Pray, take your rest and recover.
From the Exarch, is it? With that mirror of his, he can watch your every move, you know. You probably think you're talking to yourself. Still, he's keeping you well fed. Judging by his people's faith in him, he seems to be a decent sort. But so much about him remains shrouded in mystery. Like, what was he doing back in my day? There was no such person when I was around. A lot's happened since the flood, though. Since I was set adrift. I know little more than you do of this city's history in the Exarch's past. Not that it matters. It's Emmett Selk we should be concerned about. When our world was about to be consumed by light, the Assin in white appeared before us. He said that the only way for us to live on was to bring about the rejoining. Desperate as we were, we heeded his words, not realizing that the flood was of the Ascian's own making. They cannot be trusted. None of them. But Emmett Selk had one thing right. One should not fight blindly. That's what we did. And it cost us everything we held dear.
Tell me about Seto.
What? What about Seto? What is there to say? All right. He's done some growing. When we were traveling together, he was nowhere near as big. And he obviously couldn't speak. I had no idea how much that medallion meant to him. What about you, anyway? You must have a friend like Seto. Chocobo, perhaps? Come on, you tell me something for a change.
Yeah. Fucking if my Chocobo can talk, he'll probably talk about how I'm not using him enough. Ah, we ate all the food. God, I love Artbird so much. Like, he is such a cool character. I mean, especially the his story with Seto as well. Very chill character. I like it. I could have taken the E for right. Fuck. Alright. We walk in. It's not that much of a walk either way.
Ah, there you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
Ah, there he is.
In the flesh?
I was gonna say in the flesh, but then again, you can't be too sure.
Please.
Yes.
Did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon? Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe.
Your Exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity.
Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
Thancred's coming from a personal place too, by the way. He was possessed by Wild Brea.
So petty. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. Wage your war against the Sin Eaters, put each and every Light Warden to the sword, prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies. Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth. Surely such a partnership would be preferable to yet another round of fisticuffs. And thus did the olive branch wither and die. Pity. Well, let no man say I did not try, futile as it was. Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes. Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the Eternal are privy. For now, I shall resume my shadowy vigil. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would you?
What was that all about?
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most like. As if we'd believe a word that passed his lips. Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
I don't know, but if he crosses us, I'll make him wish he hadn't.
I'm sure you will. But consider for a moment. If he meant simply to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself. At least, not in the manner he did. It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way of knowing where they might be hiding, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters. I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far. In striking down the Light Wardens of Lakeland and Ilmeg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
That may be, but the Wardens of Calusia, Armarang, and Raktika remain.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown. Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region. Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
I'll take Armarang in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
If there are no objections, I will make for Calusia. I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
Then I would ask that you journey to Raktika. There you will find Y'shtola. With her assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
Is Y'shtola the conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
That's right. Though we haven't spoken much since she left for the forest.
I fear I may be to blame for that. I had every intention of relaying the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me. You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
'Twould be no trouble.
My thanks. While you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
What's that?
A missive from Lord Vorthry. He invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Leda Luran.
And? Did he even bother to offer any bait? It's obviously a trap.
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to speak with him, even if only a few words are exchanged. Though my power will be much diminished so far from the tower, it is a risk I am willing to take. Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me to Yulmore prior to beginning your reconnaissance? Of course. Then let us make ready. Safe travels to you all.
It's always interesting to think about it too. I think the Crystal Exarch said himself that, like, despite his appearances, he's actually an old man. And, like, yeah, he actually kind of is. It's just because he just looks like this because the Crystal Tower. So he's in essence bonded with it, as you can no doubt tell from his arm. So, and general veininess. Before you leave, I would make a request of you. There's a church, or rather, the ruins of a church, at Fort Job. Might I ask that you go there before seeking out Y'shtola? It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet, within that hall, there remains a tablet whose writings I believe may prove of use to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considerate proposal. Very well. Ere we depart to Raktika, we shall journey onto Fort Job, that we might secure this relic. Fort Job. Fort Job. There it is. Whoop. Turn around. Hurry on, Jay. Here, amidst these ruins, we will find the Church of the First Light, and within that hallowed hall, the tablet we seek. Time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. At the height of Lakeland's prosperity, these sites served not as man's final bastion, but as testament to his ingenuity and architectural prowess. The Church of the First Light was responsible for many such marvels, building majestic chapels in every corner of the realm. Alas, the flood with its inexorable tides would drown nigh every one, and did all but put an end to the religion as a whole. For the creatures which then did rise from that fulgent deluge were seen as agents of divine punishment, sent to devour sin and sinner both, whence came the name of Sin Eater. The people were lost, seemingly forsaken by their god. Yet where there is light, there hath ever been shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of these worshippers of shadow did then migrate to the Raktika Greatwood. But that is a tale for another time. For now, let us find what remaineth of the chapel here. Adjusting the volume levels a little bit more. Hard to hear the voices, you know? So if I do remember correctly, there is a bottom floor, yes. A basement floor. We go down here. And this is approximately where we should survey. Aye, this is indeed the church we seek. It's surprisingly intact. What little is left of the churches I've seen until now is always born to the scars of decades of disuse. Its subterranean construction have done much to protect the Hale from the ravages of time. Yet the reason for its remarkable preservation may be deduced from its decoration. As faith in the light did wane, so rose reverence for the dark. And its followers did want for places of worship. To be plain, the standards which do adorn these walls do not belong to those who built them, not to worshippers of the dark, the Knights Blessed. Who subsequently migrated to Raktika, yes. Indeed, 'twas beneath the shaded boughs of the Raktika Greatwood that they finally found sanctuary. Oft and many times did Yilmore make spurious overtures of friendship unto them, but they are no fools. The Exarch knoweth full well that Y'shtola, in her seclusion, doth labor to learn all she may of the Blessed in their past. 'Tis why he sent us here. I now see. The tablet of which he spoke, no doubt provideth a glimpse into the history that she so yearneth to comprehend. Well then, we'd better hurry up and find it. You expect me to just stand here and look? I have bad eyesight, you know. I can't really find this thing. Oh, that's Fankred. Thank God that it's labeled Fankred so that I would know that this is Fankred.
Oh.
Okay,
who else could it be, man?
Obviously that's fucking Alphano over there, yeah. Ooh, I found it. You have located the Time Worn tablet. You know, it would have been much easier to find that thing if I don't know, walked up to it. But, you know, I guess the Warrior Blade has 20/20 vision.
Warrior of Darkness needs glasses, clearly.
Within the altar, thou sayest. Not escapeth thine eye, 'twould seem. This is indeed the tablet we seek. Curious. These engravings predate the Knights Blessed. If I am not mistaken, they are writ in the script of the ancient empire of Ronka, whose capital once stood in the midst of what is now Raktika. 'Twill be no small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seeker of truth. 'Tis plain the Exarch understandeth Y'shtola only too well. But come, let us quit this place and make ready for our journey into the woods. Ere we depart, there is a custom of the Knights Blessed which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one might expect, they deem light to be abhorrent, and everything it touches befouled. Thus do they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from its taint, including their very names. To speak plain, it is the belief of the Knights Blessed that one's own name must ne'er be uttered in the light of the everlasting day, yet this commandment precludeth not the use of another's. Thus do parents protect their children, and in rare cases masters their disciples. So it is that Y'shtola hath taken the name of Master Matoya. Lest we offend them, I bid you speak not her true name in the Blessed's presence. With that in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth vigil at the Great Wood's border. Yeah, exactly. Awesome. Fucking Y'shtola is the Master Matoya of this world now. In, like, what, the 3 years that she's been here?
She's just that good, man.
Open the gates! Yes, of course, right this way. Ah, yes, there's the music.
No matter how far he goes, man cannot resist looking back on the path he has walked. The untold stories and secrets of the past can be more alluring than the promise of tomorrow. and so he braves the forests of Raktika in search of mystery and wonder. Of Ronka, to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
The Raktika Greatwood. Listen to the music!
We have arrived. Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable. Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold.
Casually strolls on through us.
No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule! Forgive me. A sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days. Exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
Oh, Fankrid's razor sharp wit.
Can we not simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows? Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
As if you haven't already.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
No, I think not. I am an observer, nothing more. Even shielded by the shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
Okay, everybody memes on the vocals of the song, but listen to that bass line. Yeah, the music's the music's pretty much a slap. Everybody loves this music. Yeah. Displaying our Asian counterpart meaneth to follow wheresoever we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these woods. Verily, it pervadeth every corner. And so long as the Light Warden remaineth, the sin eaters shall be free to prey upon these lands without surcease. If naught is done, 'tis but a matter of time before the blessings will come. 2 years passed. A swarm of sin eaters did lay waste unto their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests in so doing. Though some few did survive, they knew not how to go on. Wayward souls in want of a guiding hand. For mercy, Y'shtola have provided that which they sorely need. I'm going to turn down the music again. After this, fuck. Ye have endeavored to restore their home, and thither shall we bend our steps to Fort Gone. Yeah, to tell you how much the vocals have been memed on. During the fan festival this year, the composer Masayoshi Soken actually performed the song vocally on his own himself.
Oh.
You can look that up and listen to it on your own time. Just know it's it's a fucking hoot, man. It's great.
I see little sign of recent activity, nor hath any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction. Mayhap Y'shtola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Now! Surround them!
Hey, oh, friendlies, friendlies! Fucking like crouch 50 times or something. For the friendly.
These Senators, they're not like the others.
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
How is it they can speak?
It's a Sin-Eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
Kupo?
That will seem a lot less amusing when we are forced to kill them.
Oh, way to put reality in his footsteps, man.
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives.
Oh, fucking look who's talking!
You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so, I retire to the shade. Good luck.
Fucking look who's talking, Solus us Galvus.
There.
God.
Did you see that one disappear?
I think I preferred La Habrea.
Enough. Runar, report.
Master Matoya!
And that would be waifu right there. Snazzy new outfit and everything.
We apprehended them as you ordered, but... Are you certain these are Sin-Eaters?
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not Sin-Eaters, then what?
'Tis passing queer that Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy, is it not? Mayhap it hath been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether. Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
Nay, I recognize you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company. The one I know not.
You really don't recognize me?
There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Okay, now that's concerning. I'm the warrior of darkness, my guy.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us. Though he is but recently arrived here in the First, not one but 2 Light Wardens have already perished by his most puissant hand.
It cannot be.
You truly fought me as a Sin-Eater.
Master Matoya?
Lower your weapons. Forgive us this hostile welcome. Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Raktika and its people.
You have been busy since arriving in the first, I gather. But I would hear the tale of your travails in more suitable surroundings. When Fort Gone with Fort Gone yet to be rebuilt, the Knights Blessed have made their home in the settlement to the northeast. I will await you at its entrance. Follow the path through yonder gate, and you will find me soon enough. So what immediately stuck out to me, by the way, is that the Knights Blessed does not actually discriminate on race. What I mean by that is there are both Rayan and Zayla, aka, I don't know what the sub-races are called in the first, but they're both drawn. Which is interesting because the distinct trait of Rayan is that they have light scales, so... There you are. I was beginning to worry. Much like the 12s would, this forest has a way of dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. But I digress. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed.
Slitherbow is the largest of the blessed settlements. They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself. It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the flood.
So that's their greeting.
I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people.
Ah, stone's throw away
your
from
travels away from prying ears. Come.
They're simple people, but they're a stone's throw away from one of the most advanced civilizations in this world. So I don't know. I don't know what is the holdup here, but I guess they started development just like 50 years ago, some bullshit like that. So.
I see. And now you seek the Light Warden of Raktika. In the days after I arrived in the First, I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust. And thus did I strike out on my own. My work eventually led me here to the forest, which I've come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Well, go on then.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka. A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya. Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded. Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire. Any attempt to enter their territory is met with lethal force. They offer no warnings, and suffer no trespasser to escape. Needless to say, my every attempt to survey the area has been thwarted.
Mayhap the Warden hideth there, full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me.
Hey, don't look at me.
Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
If there is aught I can do to assist thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Urianger. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city? Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
I must say, Ishtola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd. But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
Razor sharp wit.
My struggles are none of your concern. Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed. If you'll excuse me.
He understands that I'm not the same. That I'm not her.
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept. The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life. But you need not make any hard choices now. Why not go and get some fresh air, clear your head?
Oh, Titan Nugget! It's been so long since I've seen Titan Nugget. Holy shit! I am not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nonetheless, I will not apologize for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He has ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I will continue to expect. Though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves in spite of our present circumstances. I can but imagine how Alize and Alphino have changed since arriving here in the First. Perhaps you should be concerned with how you have changed. I realize I am not as I was on the source, but I cannot say I regret the decisions that allowed me to come this far. Returning to the matter at hand, I really must begin work on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, perhaps you should take a look about Sliverbell. If there is anything you need, pray speak with Runar at the plaza. Welcome, friend, welcome! My apologies for a less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? Yada yada yada, blah blah blah. From the Crystarium, I see. And this tablet you've brought may help us find the Light Warden here in Praktika. Well, you are welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Come, let me show you around. Would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, of course! Anything for the guests of our dear Master Matoya. Thank you. She means a great deal to the Knights Blessed, doesn't she? If not for her, we may all have perished in the Great Fire. With our priests slain and our home in ruins. We were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back. It was her sage guidance we were able to rebuild. But before long, she became a central figure in our community. A great oak within whose shadow may have come to find solace. That is to say, there are not those who there are not those hesitant to grant such outsiders such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is the smile in her eyes that she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again, now that she is with us, and I have no doubt the others feel the same. She is as part of the Knights blessed as any of us, and we are grateful for all she does in service to the dark. But you did not hear this from me, yes? Now, we should know there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere to, as they reside within Sliverbell. To show reverence to the dark? In a word, yes, but fear not. It is not too involved. Let us begin with something simple. Follow me. Should you see any of our peoples come to this chamber, they have likely returned from a journey beyond the borders of Raktika. We use the water stored here to cleanse themselves of the light's impurity. I'm gonna stop actually trying to do this accent now. I'm just gonna give up. It's, I don't know what accent it is. It's a very particular accent that Hrothgar speak, but I can't fucking well speak it for the life of me. At least not right now, so... A simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but it is one of our most important. Would you two kneel for just a moment, that I might rid you of the light's impurity? Kneel. Here we go. As Runar sprays you with water, your skin begins to tingle. And with that, you have been cleansed of the light's blighted touch. How do you feel? I'm not sure, to be honest. Not refreshed exactly, but I do feel different. Has this water been treated in some way? Only blessed by our priests. They are practicing the arcane arts. As such, it is said that their prayers imbue the water with a faint dark energy. A prickling sensation. No one has ever spoken of such a reaction before. I won't say it was an unpleasant sensation, but I too sensed something strange. The dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effect. Unless... By the gods, Master Matoyo's right! You are Sin Eaters! I jest. What you felt was likely no more than the chill of the water. Perhaps now would be a good time for you to acquaint yourselves with the people of Sliverbow. For that, I must teach you a customary greeting. Alan Tuta. In the language of Franca, it is one of several ways to say good evening. The world is not as safe as it once was, and this greeting lets us quickly discern friend from foe. Is there a handshake or gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. You need not worry. Merely speak the words Alan Tuta, and they will know you as friends of the Blessed. I will await your return here. Now go. I would like to be hardened by your knowledge of our ways. Alright, with the chat mode and say, enter Alan Tuta to greet the villagers of Sliverbell. So I should say Alan Tuta. Spelled it right, yeah? Okay, thank God. The elderly woman smiles warmly. I like how the particular idle animation my character chose made him look very proud saying it. I have idle poses randomized, by the way, so that was truly random.
Nice.
Alan Chisi! Welcome, friend! I take it you will remain in these woods for some time, yes? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison in everything you see. But fear not. Our medicinal tea will keep you healthy. Ask, and it is yours. Hello, friend. Ah, newly come traveler, Alan Gisini, and welcome to Sliverbell. You must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are a quiet and taciturn people. Silent and serene as the sunless sea. The quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of eaters and other dangers here in the woods. That's an interesting little ritual they're doing there. Either that or they're just playing hopscotch. Everyone was so kind and generous. I was nervous at first, but I'm already starting to feel at home. There's still much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see now how they've built such a thriving community. Ah, you're returned. Very good. No doubt they were glad of your company. It has been too long since we have had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions, if there's anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Speaking of which, we must arrange food and lodgings for your stay. As friends of Master Matoya, we cannot ask for payment, but if you would be willing to lend a hand, it would be my pleasure. We are fortunate indeed to play host to such generous souls. The task I have in mind is simple enough. All I ask is that you take a jug of water and take a jug and water the crops in the square. May I help too? Of course! One of you can do the filling and the other the watering. Speak with Ursabel when you've finished. She will be relieved to hear the crops have been attended to. Well, that takes care of that. I will see to your room and a warm meal. Right then, I'll fill you water. This was the only jug I can find which was small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack at the bottom. You'll need to hurry to the garden before the water leaks out. Take the jug of water to the square before the contents leak out. You will have 45 seconds to complete this task. Should you fail, return to Minfilia and try again. Oh, come on, you give me this rickety ass thing? Oh, come on. I have to... Such reliance. Oh, it's literally the other side of the village as well.
Run, run, run.
I'm running. I can't sprint though. I would probably spill everything if I sprinted. Okay, you have watered half the pot. Fetch another jug of water to take care of the rest. That was only enough for half! To be fair, there's probably a huge trail of water here, yeah?
That's why I have a lid.
No, it's just because there's a crack at the bottom. She said so herself.
That's why you tape it up, dude. Duct tape.
Duct tape doesn't exist in this world.
We'll make it exist.
Looking, what I'm curious about is that I am a master of magics of many different kinds. White magics, red magics, black magics, blue magics even. And I can't use magic to water the plants here. Okay, it's all watered. Well met, travelers. I observed you earlier speaking with the others. Have you need of something? We just watered everything. Did you not see that? You watered the crops? Ah, my apologies for not noticing sooner. I have been rather distracted of late. Watering the crops was always Todia's duty, but she is no longer with us. We have since taken to sharing the duty, though never with guests. You are most kind. Is there anything else we can do to help? We could plant something if you like. There's no need. The plot is small, it is true, but it provides us with enough to survive. We ask for no more. I don't know how you manage. Have the blessed not considered leaving? Life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Tell me, do you know our history? How our faith came to be? Yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their homes in the Lake of the Flood. What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a community, which ultimately decided to strike out on its own into Raktika Greatwood. I see you've read your history. But there is a history that is told, and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything. Their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none can say what became of the souls of those lost to the flood when their bodies were reborn as sin eaters. The people were without answers, without hope, the gods having been drowned along with everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon they realized that where there is light, there must be darkness. And in truth, they found new faith, a belief that the souls of the departed could yet find peace beyond these burning skies, in the sunless sea above. That is why we pray, for the safe passage of wayward souls unto that blessed black abyss, for the return of the night, that we might someday look upon this kingdom of heaven with our own eyes. We remain in these woods for the self-same reason our founders first chose them, that they may lead lives of simplicity, with the shade of these trees as a constant reminder of their faith. With so many seeking paradise in Yomor, it's refreshing to see and to find people who value a humbler existence. You are kind to say so. Many consider our way of life foolish, and so it must seem to those who yet cling to their worldly possessions. In times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose sight of why we fight to go on living. It is not to hold fast to material things, but to hold those who went before us in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy they have left us. This we must do for them, our children, and generations yet unborn. To keep their legacy alive. Ooh, more work! Done tending to the crops already? Very good. It should not be long before your room is ready. Runa! In the woods! Sin-eaters! I fear they may have to touch. Where? In the grove to the southwest. For mercy, they've yet to wander any closer to Sliverbow. Then we have no need to engage. Inform the guard that no one is to set foot outside the village until they have moved on. But sir, what of Talia's Heartstone? It must be retrieved before the service! Of all the times for Sin-eaters to appear. Are you just going to leave him alone? Under normal circumstances, we will not hesitate in striking the beasts down. But if they indeed have to touch, I will not risk them corrupting one of our own. What was it you said about a stone? A few days past, Talia, a child of the Knights Blessed, was slain by the Sin-eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste, we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, her heartstone. All the Knights Blessed are given one such stone at birth. It is the most valuable possession one can own. It is a custom to present the Heartstone of the deceased at their funeral, as an offering to the heavens, but now... I mean, obviously we're gonna go get it, yeah?
And my job.
What if I could find it for you? I have experience fighting Sin-eaters, and the light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Master Matoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia? Descended from the Oracle? Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the Blessed. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need of help. Please, let me do this. Very well, but if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. I nearly forgot about Thancred. What if he returns before I do? Don't worry, but Thancred doesn't need to know. Rebel against your daddy! What? Do you mean to say you'll come with me? Thank you. Let's hurry then, before he returns. Go swiftly. May the shadows keep you both. Banker doesn't need to know about this little excursion we're taking, yeah?
He will definitely not find out after this quest.
He will definitely not find out, exactly.
Yeah, he won't know, and then we won't have a heart-to-heart.
Exactly. We won't see a heart-to-heart moment between him and Minfilia where he breaks down crying thinking that she was gonna die.
Yeah, definitely not. We'll be good.
Alright, where's the Heartstone? All we need to do is get the Heartstone after all, yeah? There, the Sin-eaters. Oh, it's one of these things. Two of these things! Holy shit! I was hoping there would only be one. There's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. Let's get to it then. What? Shouldn't we make a plan first? Though there are only two. I'll draw one of them away. You can deal with the other. Also, I've neglected to actually show you any of the combat music of this game. The combat music of Shadowbringers is jamming, and it'll actually be very very fitting to fight one of these things again. Oh, I forgot I'm level 80. We're fucking destroying this thing's asshole in half. I forgot I'm level 80. I thought we would hear the actual, like, drop and everything. Whatever. That'll be the only time you hear the battle music. Like, in any of the expansions. It's different every expansion, too, by the way. Heaven's Word has a different one. Realm Reborn has a different one. It's, respected for each area, too, so. Whoa. I know I'm level 80, but, like... Someone's... There you are. It is done. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find the hot heartstone. They said it was made of jade, right? I'll search over there in the bush. Alright, look for the heartstone. This thing is a corpse. She produced this corpse. I don't care what anyone says. This Minfilia is kind of a badass. Remember back in Lakeland where we had to have a party for that? To fight one of those things? Now granted, the thing that we fought was like probably a great deal stronger, but still. There seems to be no trace of the Heartstone here. No trace of the Heartstone here. Just gonna take a moment to admire the sights here of the Great Wood. Very reminiscent of our area, yes? Ah, this must be it. This is taking longer to interact with. You brush away the leaves and uncover a brilliant green gem. Did you have any luck? Jade Heartstone, right there. It's beautiful. This has to be it. You know, Thancred always said you were a man of many talents, and I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I have much to learn if I'm even to be half the hero you are. The hero she was. I'm sorry, forget I said anything. I should get back to Sliverbow. Runar and the others are probably worried. Ah, there's the loop. Alright, Runar, we did it. Thank goodness you're safe. I had begun to fear the worst. By all that is dark, you found it. We can proceed with our service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits into the sunless sea of the hereafter. Even should we be felled by the Sin Eaters, as long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. Words fail to express my gratitude for this kindness you have done for the Blessed. I must insist you and your friends attend Talia's service as honored guests. There is still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform the others. It will be held in the darker. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings. Up. Somnus and I learned so much about the Knights Blessed while you were away. And we helped them recover a lost heirloom out in the woods. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but we really... Woman! I said he didn't need to know!
Okay, this is not what I expected. I expect him to find out.
Woman! I said he didn't need to know!
Right.
Oh, he's chill with it, okay. As long as he accompanied you. But do try to be more careful. Your injuries could have been a lot worse. Okay, at least he's chill with it. How did you... Let us just say a little bird told me. Oh, he found out anyways. She didn't need to say anything, but he found out anyways. Nice. Let's just say a little bird told me. And it's telling me now that Somnus has business with us. Is something the matter? We are to attend the funeral. They've asked us to attend the service? Of course we'll go. It's being held in the dark, is it? We'll take care not to be late, I promise. Between your earlier excursion and my patrol of the area for Sin Eaters, hopefully your stolen Orion J will be able to finish their work in peace. Okay. No scolding. At least he's chill of it. But then again, like, I could damn well protect an entire army, so... I don't think he should be worried if she were in my presence at all. If she went on alone, that would be a very different story. The elderly woman hands you a candle. She then points over at a nearby corner where you might place it. Oh, my candle's kind of chillier than the rest of them. What gives?
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
Let us begin. I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menine. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers. We entrust her now to the night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
Can you see why? Can you see now why I gave up on trying to replicate his accent? By the way, hard to discern, very hard.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
We call upon you now, O bringer of shadow, to lead this gentle soul onto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her unto paradise everlasting.
I am told you assisted in the preparations for the service. On behalf of the Blessed, you have my sincerest thanks. The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people. And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
You know I don't deserve such reverence.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing. Their prayers would finally be answered. They could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars. We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will? Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
No, it's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact. Urianger and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
I will say, besides all else, this is some amazing world building. Like, truly S-tier world building here. Good, you're here. Thanks to the Exarch's gift, our next course of action is now clear. Let me begin by first explaining the origins of this tablet. I initially believed it might detail the history of the Church of the First Light. Much to my surprise, it dates back to the end of the Ronkan Empire, and was likely written under the direction of the reigning ruler. It was a time of strife and unceasing war with neighboring nations. With each passing day, they yielded more and more territory to their enemies. In their desperation, petitions for aid were sent out to their allies. This was one such petition. And you think this ancient petition will somehow help us get into the Ixmaja? Indeed we do. For etched unto this tablet is a method by which one may prove himself an ally of the Ronkan Empire. Provided we are able to decipher the said instructions, we may entreat the ruins and protectors to grant us safe passage. The problem, however, is that I presently lack the resources to decipher them in their entirety. We have but one recourse. There exists a stone monument inscribed with ancient Ronkan text and translations into a more modern dialect, which came into use after the fall of the Empire. I am confident it will suit our purposes. Where can we find this monument? Here, in Scythia. Quite close to Sliverbell, in fact. The good news ends there, however, for it is in the possession of a rather radical faction of Dark Worshippers, the Children of the Everlasting Dark. If I am to study the monument, I must infiltrate their encampment. I have no intention of taking longer than absolutely necessary, but I will nevertheless require time to transcribe the text that I need. To ensure that I have enough, I am afraid I must ask you and Frankfurt to assist me. And before you even ask, the answer is no. If we're to remain unseen, our group must be as small as possible. Alright. I'll stay here until you return. We won't be long. If anything should happen, you keep us safe. Then let us convene outside, to the west of Sliverbell, where the path diverges. The encampment we seek is to the north, but it would be foolish to simply rush in. A guard has been posted to at Cleric to keep watch over the children. Perhaps he has aught to share of their recent activity. But we must tread carefully. There's a chance we may encounter them along the way. Stay close and stay alert. I would avoid a confrontation if possible. They rejoice in dealing death to others, claiming that in so doing they cleanse their victim of sin and usher them into the sunless sea. I would rather not sully my hands defending myself against such madmen. Yes, Blessed Watchman right here. Ambush! There we go. You good, bud? By the blessed dark. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We would have arrived sooner, but we too had a rather unwelcome visit from the children. You're an acquaintance of Master Matoya, then? My apologies. The children have been acting strange of late, so I thought to take a closer look. I was careless. Strange. What have you seen? At first, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, the usual gathering of ingredients for poisons from flora and fauna. But then I took notice that they're venomous spiders. They've been breeding them in much greater numbers. It's as if they're preparing for something. Any ideas as to what? It could be anything, really. If it meant the end of the Blessed, nothing would be too cruel or violent for them. But perhaps we can use their present preoccupation with spiders to our advantage. If we were to introduce a threat to the nests where they keep them, the children would be compelled to save them. Bees, for example, are a natural predator of spiders. Set them loose on the nests, and we would have our opportunity to sneak into their encampment. What a mischievous plan! I like it. With a bit of smoke, we should be able to subdue a few colonies long enough to secure their hives. Have you anything we might be able to use? We should have smoke bombs at the outpost just over there. Then it's settled. Grab a few smoke bombs from the outpost and search about for beehives. I imagine the bees won't take kindly to your visit, but once they're knocked out, take the beehives and bring them back here. 2 will suffice, I should think. I went all the way around the shack. That's great. Smoke bombs. Smoke bombs. Ah, there we go. Smoke bombs. Now time to get some bees. Beehive. Smoke bomb. Bomb. Don't worry, bees. I'm just going to grab your hive. We have to do it again. Oh yeah, we have to. Oh, we have to use a burlap sack on it. Okay, all right. To grab the beehive. Because I would not handle it with my bare hands. Oh dear God. Okay, alright. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, imagine having a beehive in your back pocket, actually. Thank God the game didn't let me just straight up pick it up. Yeah, there's 2 of them. Hey yo! I almost said a spoiler. Never mind. Oh shit! It's a buzzing burlap sack. It's full of bees still. Oh, I'm really glad it didn't let me just handle it with my bare hands. Can you imagine? The god returned to Silverbell, but not before offering his thanks. As for the beehives, Fakrid and I were successful in acquiring what we need. How did you fare? Here. I can imagine I'd hand over the burlap sacks as they were vibrating. This is more than enough. The children are certain to be displeased. Let us hurry, before the bees begin to stir. The children's settlement is to the west, a place they call Woven Oath. According to the guard, there is an airway apart from the entrance, which leads to the spiders' nests. If the fates are kind, the way will be clear. If the fates are kind indeed. Seeing all this forest like this reminds me a lot of the Lord of the Rings movies for some reason. Under the yellow light. Up there is the airway. Do you see it? A bit far, perhaps, but we should be able to toss a bag through. Though we should probably loosen the ropes for keeping it closed. Enough that it falls open when it lands inside. May I do the honors? That should do it. Now we wait. What is that? Bees! By the abyss, they're everywhere! Help! Someone help! We have to save the spiders! It sounds like our plan is working. Still, it is quite likely not all were drawn away from their posts. If you should come to blows with the children, I'll see to it any signs of struggle are concealed. Failing that, I'll create a distraction to buy you still more time. Should anyone get past me, it falls to you to guard her. Your concern is appreciated, but I sincerely doubt it will come to that. Why do I get the feeling you enjoy the idea of my loafing about bored in the shadows? Come now, Thancred, the shadows are a fitting place for a warrior of darkness. Now, if you both are ready... I'll go by the dangerous engines, because I can fly. See? No harm done. The font of seeing suggests it's a chamber for prayer. At the very least, they would not place it near potential distractions from their worship. Perhaps the monument is further in. Yes, this is it. I will be but a moment. Keep watch of the entryway. On second thought, would you mind examining the murals on these walls while I look over this? At a glance, I can tell they are old, predating the founding of the Blessed and the Children, in fact. We're not like to come here a second time. 'Twould behoove us to learn all that we can. Examine the murals, and take note of what events they may depict. The mural appears to be very old. A ruler sits atop a throne, attended by their subjects. Alright, King Tut. The mural appears to be fairly old. A knight shields himself and their comrades when encroaching darkness. The central figure is considerably faded. This must be the representation of the Flood of Light, when the Warriors of Light of this world fought the Shadowkeeper. The faded figure must be Ardbert, then, if that's the case. Fucking 100 years, man, seriously. The mural appears to be ancient. A warrior in the middle stands triumphant over what appears to be a creature of shadow. Other figures surround the warrior, rejoicing in their victory. Possibly another representation of the Warriors of Light, maybe?
These paintings, they seem familiar. Depictions of heroes throughout history. The Age of Gods, the Empire of Ronka, and this.
Huh. Such insight. Obviously that's Ardbert and you, yeah? Or,
there was a man, a researcher who pored over these pieces. He offered us work when we needed it. Slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was. But he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends. A tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era. The story went that it was rediscovered by an explorer from Ronka, who was so struck by its majesty that a second painting was commissioned, commemorating the heroes of their day. One day you will all be here too, he said. Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself?
Hold on. Would this be the Sid of the first, actually? It can only make sense, right?
I had a good laugh at that. We were only trying to make our way, after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds.
Right, they were just a simple band of adventurers.
But it seems he actually went and did it. Before or after the flood, I wonder.
Huh.
Rather faded, isn't it, compared to the others? Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses.
I don't think like that.
Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
If someone remembers what this is all for, then probably.
There you are. I have everything I need. Let us quit this place.
Oh, I probably shouldn't have been talking to him, man. It must have seemed crazy to Y'shtola. Wait, does she see him, actually?
Is something the matter? We should go. The others are waiting.
Okay, she can't see him. She's able to see Aoife, so I guess Artbert's even invincible in that sense.
Bruce Spooky Ghost.
He really is a ghost, holy shit. I believe I now have everything needed to finish deciphering the tablet. Tell me, Somnus, did the murals appear to be of any significance? Depictions of heroes from the Age of Gods, the Roman Empire, and immediately before the Flood. Very astute observations. Perhaps in another lifetime you could be a curator of antiquities. Though it has no bearing on the task at hand, perhaps that knowledge may prove to be of use in the future. Let us hurry to Silverbell. The others are waiting. After we've returned, the two of you should rest a while. No doubt Runar will be eager to have you sample his cooking. As soon as I discover something of import, you will be the first to know. Alright.
I guess we're taking a break. We are in the quest. I have to go.
Okay. Just one more, like, cutscene then, maybe? Or...
Yeah, let's just finish this up because...
Yeah. Finish this quest up, at least, yeah. Somnus! The guard told me you left with Master Matoya to a woven oath! And no sooner did you return than she locks herself away in her chambers without so much as a word. She knows how I worry when she leaves without telling me. But she is safe, and that is all that matters. You must be hungry after such a journey. Why not have a seat there by the fire? The stew will soon be ready. Alright, I shall sit down. We will eat in game and in a little bit in real life. Catboy, sit. Oh shit, I just noticed I'm actually sitting like that in real life. Like I looked at my...
Strange.
I looked at my character setting and I looked down and I see like, oh, my legs are like exactly like that. Holy shit. Maybe I am Cat.
The others on patrol should have returned by now. Our food will be overcooked if we wait any longer. We will just have to start without them. Would you call Master Matoya and the others?
I tire of these games, Urianger. Why do you pretend you cannot see it? The blessing may spare him the fate of becoming a Light Warden. But you cannot be blind to the nascent corruption. He is not as he was in the Source. though I have no proof, I fear that the light which poured forth from the Wardens was not negated at all. I fear it was absorbed, that he has been suffused with their light.
Though I have given thought to this possibility, I dare not speak until more is known.
By the time you deign to enlighten us, it may be too late, if it is not already. Urianger, I know full well, after all these years, that you have only the best of intentions. But that does not make it any easier to put my faith in a man so infatuated with secrecy. I have had my suspicions ever since the Exarch bade you speak that day. But now I must ask. The 8th Umbral Calamity and all that followed. Everything you claim to have seen. Did you?
Help! Someone help!
Oh, come on.
The Umorans have come for us! We're under attack!
Really?
But
meanwhile, in Yilmore.
Lord Forthry, how good it is to see you. How long has it been? Not since your inauguration, unless I'm mistaken. Too long, at any rate. May I say, how humbled I am to be invited not only into your city, but your home. You are as generous as ever.
And you as disingenuous. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This merry band of dissidents people are calling Warriors of Darkness. They have slain Sin-Eaters, and by all accounts the Crystarium is complicit in their villainy. And now I hear reports of your people obstructing my soldiers, so I must ask, what exactly do you think you are doing?
I might ask you the same thing. It should be clear, even to you, that defeating the Light Wardens represents the world's only hope of survival. Even now, the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg rejoice in the return of night. For 100 years, they yearned for a means to fight back against the Sin-Eaters, and at last they have found one. Yet you choose to stand idly by and do nothing. Why?
Why? Because this hope you cling to is nothing more than a fever dream, an exercise in futility. Even should you slay the Sin-Eaters, the world as we know it is beyond salvation. With what little land and resources remain, the people would be free only to starve. Before long, they would turn to violence, then to war, and ultimately usher themselves unto oblivion. They require a firm hand to shepherd them from the edge. The hand of a king. Nay, a god. I will see their dreams fulfilled, their wishes granted. I will give them peace, order, and they shall never want for bliss. Men are fickle creatures who entertain vague ideals without the faintest notion what they cost. But a little fear can go a long way towards helping them realize what it is they truly need. Sanctuary. and they shall find none in this world save that which I afford them. That is why the Sin Eaters exist. To unite the world under my dominion.
A paradise fit to grace the 8th Umbral era.
What was that?
A minor epiphany, nothing more. You have always held sway over those around you. Those who defy you must submit or die. What sits before me is the inevitable result of bloated privilege and unchecked power. But man is more resilient than you think. His achievements are not the product of violence and bloodshed, but compassion and understanding. This calamity is but another crisis to be overcome. And we will, once we eliminate the Sin Eaters.
You poor deluded fool. These people care not for the morrow. They care only for the now, and the contentment they lack. What good is a paradise to them if it is 1,000 years in the making, or even 100?
You underestimate them, Lord Vorthry. They see further than you think. I have beheld it in the blood and sweat and tears of those who would sacrifice everything for a future they may never know, that their children may never know. I have beheld it in the hopes and dreams of those who came before, which we bequeath to those who come after, that they might in turn build upon the foundations laid by our forebears. These are the bonds which hold man and his world together, not your gilded chains, and I will resist your every effort to shackle him.
In summary, you will continue to support the villains hunting my Sin Eaters?
With tremendous enthusiasm, for I have faith in the future they would build.
Oh, why do I even bother? Fools, the lot of you! So naive! So painfully predictable! Did you imagine I did not know your mind? That I would wait until after this meeting to dispatch my forces? Even as we speak, they march to the Sin Eaters' defense. Insurrection will not be tolerated! The people of this world are mine to rule, mine to command. And you are no exception!
Ah!
What? How did he?
Smart guy, that
Insolent
guy.
swine! I will not stand for this! Do you hear me?
Smart guy, that excerpt guy. Very smart. Fucking man was playing checkers and Exarch was playing 5D chess.
You speak for the Knights Blessed?
I do. I presume that is your doing. If you have come to parley, I must insist that you first return him to us.
You're in no position to make demands. By Lord Vorthry's decree, Raktika now falls under the governance of Yulmore. You will henceforth answer to us.
Is that so? And the children of the Everlasting Dark have acquiesced to this madness?
We have reached an accord, yes. Too many times have the Knights Blessed shunned Yulmore's overtures of friendship. The risk that you harbor hostile intentions
has grown too great to ignore. Therefore, his lordship has claimed dominion over this forest and bestowed executive authority upon the children of the everlasting dark.
In his wisdom, Lord Vorthry has agreed to recognize ours as the only permissible expression of dark worship. It's one true faith. You and your false creed are a blight on these woods. A foul, unholy corruption that must be cleansed.
Oh, just because some fat guy that didn't even leave his own castle said so?
Little wonder the Warrior of Darkness visits both Lakeland and Ilmeg, yet shuns Raktika. Your perverted teachings hold blessed Shadow at bay.
You have accepted the yoke of Yulmore to spite us, then? Fools. Darkness will never return to these skies while they hold sway.
Those of you minded to obey his lordship are to make for Woven Oath with all haste. We will leave you, but you may have time to prepare.
Woven Oath? Are you suggesting we abandon our fate to join those zealots?
What has your faith afforded you thus far? Nothing! We will guide you along the righteous path.
And should we refuse?
Anyone found here upon our return will be considered a traitor to Yulmore, and dealt with as such.
We will discuss these developments after I have tended to our casualty.
Alright.
I'll just finish the quest here real quickly, and then I'll let you go.
Okay, teacher.
The god have been afflicted with a most terrible and efficacious poison. We have attempted all manner of healing incantations. Alas, his condition remains unchanged. At present, we can but slow the poison's advance. I pray it will afford us sufficient time to find a cure. Okay, alright. That person's wearing almost nothing, by the way, so I'll look away in this direction. I'll set up the BRB screen, and we'll reconvene as early as possible. 7, okay. 7 at latest.
Wait. Yeah. I don't expect it to take too long.
Okay. Alright, it is 7, and Stas is still not back, or at the very least if he is deafened on Discord. I will shoot him a ping to see if he's back. But yeah. Just shoot him a ping. Meanwhile, I shall scroll through Twitter. And eat my snack. Because I bought myself a snack just now. I do wonder what's taking him a while, though. He's probably being scolded for being held so long because of the cutscene. It's unfortunate that we left with this music, actually, on the BRB screen, didn't we, huh? That's actually kind of unfortunate, because this is not banging music. Although I didn't really have much choice, I just needed to plant myself and go, so... One moment. Must have been the wind. Anyways, I'm gonna keep on scrolling.
Alright.
You're back.
Yeah.
Start. By the way, for your own sake, don't look up Diantha Hilda.
Okay.
For your own sake. You're doing it right now, aren't you?
Oh.
Okay. How fareth the young guard? The poison spread through his system long before he was brought here. At present, there is naught we can do but try to ease his pain. Do not blame yourselves, my friends. All that can be done has been done. Even had we reached him sooner, it would have made a little difference. The children employ countless poisons. Finding a suitable antidote is a nigh impossible task. What of the rest of the blessed? How have they taken the news of Yulmor's generous proposition? With anger and dismay. We had hoped but to oppose both of them and the children. I had considered a convocation of the Knights Blessed that we might consider our ultimatum, but I know how they will answer. Master Matoya, I am truly sorry. We will not, cannot abandon our faith. But there is no reason for you to suffer for our decision. Your work is not yet done, and you still have time to flee. Flee? I am not wont to run from my troubles. In fact, with Sumnus' arrival, I am minded to take the offensive. The Yomorans' presence here plainly stems from a desire to protect the Light Warden. I say we seek it out and slay the creature before they return. Were darkness to fall over Raktika, they would have no cause to remain. All of which is rather easier said than done, unless of course you finally deciphered that tablet. As a matter of fact, I have. And with it we can prepare everything we need to enter Ixmaja. What say you all? We will need to act quickly, but I believe it can be done. We cannot deny our fate, but one course lieth before us. Well, we are villains, are we not? Good. I leave the blessed in your capable hands, Runa. Very well. I see there's no changing your mind. By all that is dark, I swear to keep the blessed safe. According to the tablet, we will first need to obtain a seal used to identify the allies of Ronka in times past. One such seal should be waiting for us in a complex of underwater ruins not far from here. You have some experience with subaquatic excursions, do you not? I can breathe underwater. Then this should prove a simple task for you. The ruins we seek are at the bottom of Lake Tusi Mekta. Well, you see to that, Menphilia and I will remain here to help shore up Surabel's defenses. Your aid would be greatly appreciated. I'm so glad that Soroban's blessing, all the way back at the beginning of Stormblood is still in effect and has not run out. And in fact, actually, I don't think it has a time limit. I think it just, like, you can breathe underwater from now on. Yeah, it's cool. It is a unique ability to the Warrior of Light, though. Well, Warrior of Light and Alize and Lise. Those three. But those three can breathe underwater, yes. Alright, we shall go underwater, and we need to search these ruins here, I think. Somewhere around here. The covered halls of Duatru. No, I don't believe that's the case, actually. I think there's a different entrance to this, these ruins. Oh wait, no, I have to I have to talk to Yastoa first, fuck. Okay. I have a bad habit of diving straight first into the water before talking to the person I'm supposed to talk to first, huh? Fucking, if I had a dime, I wouldn't have much, but it's weird that it happened twice. There you are, ready for a swim. The seal we seek should be stored in a chamber somewhere inside the ruins beneath the lake. However, the entrance is seemingly protected by a subtle locking mechanism rooted in the symbolism of Ronkan culture. The Ronkans sought to live in harmony with nature and considered certain animals to be sacred. Foremost in their pantheon was the snake, portrayed as the protector of the wood, an arbiter of life and death. Below it are four others, each equal in rank: the coral, the colibri, the opo, and the wolf. Characterized as the bringers of liberty, words, enlightenment, and harmony, respectively. Hold up, I just gotta tell after this. To open the chamber containing the seal, the tablet states that one must pay due deference to do deference to three of these beasts by placing one's palm on monuments wrought in their image, and that this must be done in a specific sequence. If my interpretation is correct, the order can be discerned from the three commandments which follow. Praise unto the snake, by its strength do our lands prosper. Be as the Oppo Oppo, rival thy kin, as all parts seek betterment, so too does the whole. Be as the wolf, move as one. Peace comes to all who seek harmony with their kin. The tablet says naught of the placement, size, or appearance of the monuments. Alas, hopefully, all will become clear when you reach the bottom of the lake. Go safely. And we can go back to Y'shtola to review our studies there. Alright, time to drive straight into the water. Fucking, it's like in those cartoons where they just drive into the lake. Okay. You find a statue of a snake. Place your palm on the snake statue. I suppose this is my only... You sense something stir within the lake. Let me actually look. Snake, Oppo Oppo, then wolf. Wait, what? That would be a curl, yes? No, not curl. Over here. Oppo Oppo. Oppo Oppos are like monkey things. Here we go. Sent us for a loop. Almost tricked me with that curl. Now it's wolf. Here, that would be the Colibri. You have to find the wolf. There's the wolf. Find the seal. Oh, yeah. I can't go back to Y'shtola yet. I need to find the seal still. But we opened it up, so... hopefully... There we go! The door opens to reveal a pedestal upon which rests a medallion. You take it and secure it inside your clothing. Considering how many zippers, doodads, and pockets I have plenty of places to store this. Alright, Y'shtola, I have the medallion here, the seal. Did you find it? Of course I did. Come on. This medallion, it bears the owl insignia of the Empire. There can be no doubt, this is the seal of Ronka. Well done, Somnus. We can begin our preparations to enter Ixmaja in earnest. I will go ahead to Sliverbow and inform the others. When you have recovered from your exertions, meet with us in the cavern leading east out of the village. Good, you're here. Runar opened a gate for us but moments ago. Beyond lies Ixmaja, and presumably the Light Warden. It did not take long for the wood's protectors to find me when last I came here, and I expect them to fall upon us just as quickly this time. Though we carry the seal, there is no reason for us to let down our guard. Now, let us seek out the warden and put an end to its reign over these woods. And now we have the darker part of the forest completely shrouded now from the sun and the everlasting light. Yikes. Okay, that is a call. Give me a moment. That was a quicker call than I anticipated. Ooh! Oh god, I want to do that so much, but I don't want to waste time. That right there is one of the most interesting hunts. It's staged as a fate, but really it's just a fancy-ass hunt. I want to do it, but at the same time, it will waste a lot of time. It's a really, really, really big boss. So... it would also, like, make zero sense to do it now, lore-wise, so...
It would seem we have found them.
You trespass upon sacred ground! Begone!
We did not come to!
Ooh.
Oh. Stop! We mean you no harm.
Sister, is that...
We are allies of the Empire of Ronka. As is customary, we come bearing the seal of the Emperor.
Fucking full-on anime.
It appears to be genuine. Then perhaps there is yet hope.
Perhaps. We acknowledge your seal, but we must be certain of its authenticity. Follow the azure flowers to our village. There we will judge if you are friend or foe.
Try not to stray from the path. All right?
They got solid lead accents. I am
Follow
not going
the
to try and
flowers.
replicate.
Would it kill them to escort us? But if it affords us an opportunity to investigate Ixmaya, fine.
I've been pronouncing that wrong the whole time too. Fuck. I actually was almost tempted to actually pronounce it the proper way, but I was like, nah, it can't possibly be that. Anyways, follow the flowers into the village. Anyways, if you didn't gather, this is gonna be a village entirely full of Viera. So, And it's a lot of the same VR lore from Final Fantasy XII, so they're all reclusive. They don't like to really speak with outsiders. In this case, it's because they're descendants of the Empire of Ronka, but generally that's just kind of their culture. And so, yeah. I hear static for some reason. Oh wait, no, that's probably because I, like, locked out my headphones. So what the hell? Oh, that... Huh. Static's gone now. I don't know if you heard the static too, but
Oh.
Okay, that was on my end. I must have just stopped it, just... Alright. Let's see. I would have to seal that it may, that we may confirm its authenticity. Straight to the point. I see. Very well. There is no mistaking the crest of the royal family. It is of proper size, and by its weight, it is plain that it was made from gold. The seal is indeed genuine. For 3,000 years have we waited for this moment, and now you are finally here. I bid you welcome, allies of Ronka. I am Almet, chieftainess of Fanau. Uimet, her younger sister. Seemet, a pleasure. We were beginning to lose hope that you would come. I beg your pardon? There are troubled times for my people. Well, I can but imagine what has compelled you to venture into our woods. You must be tired after your journey. Come, take your ease. If you would like, I would show you around. I would show you about the village. Though I must warn you, it is a long way down to the forest floor, so do watch your step. This way, what is your name? Oh, it's just Somnus. My friends call me Som. Somnus? And this is a common name nowadays. How times change. But I digress. Come, and be sure to watch your step. As bearers of the seal, you have a right to know what became of our empire and my people's purpose here. We are descendants of the palace guard which served under the last emperor, and to this day we carry on the duties of our forebears. The final decree of His Eminence before Ronka's fall. By the wisdom of our people was Ronka made to thrive. Such knowledge must never be forgotten, nor may it be suffered to fall into the hands of the wicked. Keep it safe. Keep it secret, keep it safe, and look to the coming of our allies. Unto them you shall bequeath our all, and thus will Ronka live on. By his command, we have remained in the Raktika Greatwood, guardians of Ronka's ruins, and the wisdom held within. I hope thou wilt not think the question impertinent. Why did thy people's famed longevity perchance play a part in the Emperor's decision to entrust this mission unto thee and thine? That was one reason, yes. We V's would easily live to see 3 of your elven lifetimes, which is no small feat, by the way. Elves last a long time. Elven, they last a long-ass time. And if Viera lived 3 times as much, then, like, they must live for, like, a millennia or thereabouts. We are also the fiercest fighters. There are none more fit than us to stand over the remnants of Ronka. But our duty has grown ever more perilous in the wake of the flood. Settlements such as this one were plentiful before the light came domain over the land. But now... Yikes. Come on! For now is all that remains. Our numbers dwindle year by year. Before long there will be no one left to honor the Emperor's wishes. And you believe that we are the allies for whom you have waited. You do have the seal, do you not? After 3 millennia of waiting, that alone is nothing short of a miracle. Truth be told, I had begun to think you would never come. Sister. We are glad of your presence here in the Great Wood. The wisdom of Ranka is yours, and you should you wish it. You need only ask. You come in search of the Light Warden. My apologies, but I do not know where it makes its lair. Wait a minute. Do you recall any sightings of this creature? Not these past 30 summers. 30? But that would mean... How old are you exactly? Minfilia, you should never ask a woman her age. You should know this. Young enough to remember!
Lovely.
They said before that, like, they live about 3 times as long as Elzen. Elzen live a long-ass time. They live a long-ass time. Believe it or not. So, so, around the realm of 300 is not... it's not... around the realm of 300 years old is not out of the question for Uimet here. With age comes knowledge. There may yet be one among us who has seen or heard of the abomination you seek. We wish, we have leave to speak with the other V's, man. But of course, then we should split up and inquire individually. If someone knows something, I would hear it before there is time to act. Oh god, the problem with trying to do their accents. And the thing that, like, disappoints me the most about not being able to replicate it is the fact that fucking, Final Fantasy XII, they use the exact same accents. They're supposed to sound Icelandic. They sound more like Nords from Skyrim. But that's still Icelandic, accent. Actually, every race and region in the Evilise games in Final Fantasy XII have unique accents. The Rabanastans, for instance, and I'm assuming the Rabanaster of this game as well, they all have Californian accents. I am not kidding about this. Watch any cutscene from Final Fantasy XII, they sound like us. So... I would not assume... I would assume that it's much the same in this world as well. It's actually very interesting. It makes a lot of sense the reason why Rabanasters sound like Americans. Please, I may be skipping over the dialogue, but know that I am taking notes. I am taking notes. My character is, at least. But yeah, it's very interesting. The Hrothgar, I'm not even gonna try. And by the way, the Ronso in which they are based don't actually have discernible accents, if they have accents at all. None of the characters of Final Fantasy X have accents, so that's why. Or, well, they all are, like, anime character voice actor accents, I should say. Here, some scribblings I scribbled down on my hand. I've learned this and that about the Light Warden. Near Raktika Falls! Why was I not told of this? I think I see now why it has never been spotted on our patrols. I've never heard of this Raktika Falls, but I can assume it lies deep within the woods of Yixmaya. Excuse me. Just so. But the tunnel which leads there collapsed under a rather bloody battle with the Eaters, and has not been passable for many years. We made several attempts to clear away the rubble, yet each time they were driven back. In the end, we were forced to give it up as lost, thereby making it a suitable place for the Warden to take sanctuary. There is perhaps one way to enter, though it would be at great peril to you and your companions. The Kitana Ravel, a temple to the northeast. It has been sealed for centuries, but within is a path that leads to the falls. Can it be opened? For the allies of Ronka, it can. First, we must go to Kumul Astropolis. Once the flow of magic is restored there, the path through the Kitana Revel can be opened. This may sound like a simple task, but there are certain obstacles which prevent us from attending to it ourselves, and we know not how to overcome them. The Emperor never granted our forebears leave to look upon the secrets we are charged with protecting, that we might not be tempted. The means to do so were withheld from us. We can but show you the way. The rest will be up to you. It would seem we have our work cut out for us then, shall we? Did you even have to ask? Let us be about it then. If that is your wish, it is my duty to escort you. While we attend to matters at Kumul Astropolis, I would ask that your sisters accompany Urianger and Fankred and share with them all they can about these woods. While we have every intention of investigating Raktika Falls, it is yet possible the Light Warden dwells elsewhere. With that in mind, it would behoove us to prepare an alternative course of action. Believe me, say me, I leave them to you. Yes, sister. Should our present course prove false, doubt not that Vankred and I shall find any and all possible paths forward. What you seek lies in the heart of Kumul Astropolis. Unfortunately, it too was sealed shut by order of His Eminence. If we are to open it, we must first look into the morning stars. Come, I will show you the way. Ooh. Okay. You're able to keep up, I see. Well done. Ahead lie the morning stars. 4 monuments built in tribute to the guardians of Raktika. Beyond them is the great period of Ugnir, where the flow of magic must be restored. It is said that the monuments are themselves the keys to opening the pyramid. Though I know not how, that is for you to discover. Another puzzle. Wonderful. I would have a closer look. It is indeed another puzzle, but for a blessing, it appears to be similar to the one we encountered at the lake. These statues are depictions of the divine beasts mentioned on the tablet. No doubt they will open the way into the period in like manner. We have but to discern the correct order. Let's split up and search the area for clues. These ruins are covered in ancient inscriptions. The answer may well be hiding among them. Indeed. It may be best to transcribe them if they are as numerous as you say. Better that than risk overlooking something. Though transcription would prove impractical for you, not being versed in Ronkan script. No matter. You will employ a different approach. Impressions. Here, I had thought to use these clay tablets to record any significant imagery we discovered. But they will serve you just as well. Take impressions of any inscriptions you find. We will start at the base of the pyramids. You begin at the top. When you are finished, return here and I will translate your findings. So we're gonna do some good old archaeology here. Smash! You take an impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. Another one. Another one. And then our last one. I trust you've made good use of the clay tablets. Here. Well done. A moment while I decipher what you found. Apologies for the delay. Nothing we saw at the base of the pyramids gave any hint as to the solution to the puzzle, focusing instead on how to proceed having solved it. Your findings, on the other hand, appear to form a riddle. Once assembled, it reads as follows. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. I'd assumed that the puzzle would involve a sequence, but from what Almet and I were able to gather, it is but a matter of suffusing one of the statues with ether. The question being, which one? Have you any thoughts? Given your talent for finding solutions for vexatious problems, I think it best that you choose the statue. What say you, Solus? If you need more time to consider, take it. But do make haste. I would suggest seeking Almet's counsel, but she seems rather preoccupied with reciting the riddle. At the very least, you should consider having a second look at the statues themselves. Perhaps they offer some clue as to which is the correct choice. What's the riddle? Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. Oh, let's look at the statues. We have a coral, a serpent, a colibri, an owl, an opo, and a wolf. Let's inspect these. So we need a wolf statue. You notice it facing towards Opo statue. The opo is facing towards the wolf statue. The owl statue is facing north towards the Great Pyramid. The colibri is facing south towards the woods. The examining the coral statue, you notice it's facing away from the serpent statue. The serpent statue is facing away from the coral. think maybe the owl, right? Her. I think either the owl or the cleaver. Right then, after you selected a statue, I will imbue it with required ether. Should it prove to be a trap, I am more than capable of warding off any malign magics it may contain. Now, which statue will it be? Let's do the owl. I think it's the owl. Alright, I pray this works. I think, at least. Let's go with it. Let's hope it works. The ether has been absorbed. You really do have a talent for these things. Hey, I got it right the first try!
Nice.
What? I am smart. That should clear the way now. Come, let us. Someone approaches. Sister! Sister! Seemit? What are you doing here? What has happened? You Moran soldiers! They have entered Maya! Ixmaya! You Moran soldiers? And what of the blast? Nothing suspicious, nothing specific, but it seems the Yormarans had little interest in Silverball or its people. According to our scouts, the general and his men made all haste to the gate to Yixumaya upon finding it. Together with Frankfurt, Uime and the others, and some few others have engaged them at the border. You are to return and assist Uime at once. They are not to set foot near the ruins or for now. We will see to matters here and return as quickly as we can. Understood? Yes, sister. Be careful. Well, I knew time was short. I did not expect the Yomorans to move so swiftly. But we have come too far to turn back now. Alright, let's hurry in. I don't think the Ronkins anticipated people to traverse through the temple via whale. But then again, very few things in this game was designed for the purposes of being navigated via whale, so... The switch should be around these doors, in the confessional of Topasa, the Elder. But why is it not open? Magic appears to be flowing through the walls, but it's being obstructed as it approaches the door. Is it not strange that only one of these pedestals bears an owl statue? I'm not looking forward to this. Strange indeed. The second statue was likely hidden to keep the door sealed. We can cover more ground if we split up. Element, take the chamber to the south. Somnus, the one to the east. I will search the chamber to the west. So this is an annoying one. Remember when we had to take the jar and water the plants? Well, this is the This is the natural, sort of expansion of that mechanic there. We're gonna have to Indiana Jones this. I've looked everywhere, but... Wait, what is that? Is that... The statue! You found it! Do you have a bag of, like, shit somewhere? Like, just random shit? That's, like, about the same mass? Looks hard enough. We need but return it to the other altar, no? One might assume so, but nothing about these ruins has ever been quite so simple. I sensed a strange energy emanating from the eyes of the statues in the corners of the palace. Should this figure be moved, it will not surprise me for them to suddenly stir to life. A trap, then, for the unsuspecting as they attempt to return this to its rightful place. Precisely. Caution would serve us well here. Yeah, we gotta do the Raiders of the Lost Ark opening here. Come on. Actually, no, that's the second movie. Look, what was the first movie? Whatever. Which is why I would ask you to deliver the statue to the main chamber. An abundance of magic yet courses through these walls, for my eyes distractingly so. I believe yours, on the other hand, would more aptly perceive the traps for what they are. Alright then. We will meet you at the door to the confessional of Tilpasa, the Elder. Deliver the owl statuette to the altar at the entrance of the confessional of Tilpasa the Elder. You will have 2 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. Be wary of attacks from enemies, which will sap your strength. Okay, I guess we don't have a bag of shit to just put there, so, lovely. Let's try not to anger any of the enemies, then. Also, the reason why I'm moving like this is because if we are in the line of sight of the statues, things happen. We'll just say that much. As they mentioned in the cutscene before, so I'm just being careful. Okay, I gotta observe this room here. I have to go around this way. Down here. Over here to the altar. And slam dunk this baby in. You successfully delivered the statuette to the altar. The statue was returned, but was that enough? I believe it was. I can see ether flowing through the door now. Here we go. I pray this means an end to the tricks and traps of these ruins. Well done. You are but one step from entering the Kitana Rabel, but I must warn you. This last step is without question the most perilous. Overcome this final trial, and the path forward will open to you. A path laden with more puzzles and traps, I'm sure. Did the Emperor always take such pleasure in wasting the time of his allies? Let us end this, Summers, while time is yet on our side. Before we enter, I will tell you of the trial that awaits you. The chamber is said to be filled with all manner of devices to keep trespassers away from the switch, the most potent being wards of displacement. That may very well force you into danger. Should we become separated, please use these. Whisper weeds. They will allow us to communicate no matter where we may find ourselves. I think Summers and I can work out how to use these well enough, thank you. Alright, Summers. The sooner we finish here, the sooner we can return to the others. Let's get this over with. We must hurry, before the Yomoran soldiers gain any ground. Wait, did you see those sentinels? They are made to curse any who enter the pyramid. It is said that anyone seen by them is to be seen by death. So let's do it up as Child Link Hyrule Castle in Ocarina of Time and stealth past them this way. Magic not. Sister, can you hear me? 2 soldiers have broken through our defenses. Follow them. They are not to reach this temple, understood? A pair of soldiers somehow made it past my sisters. No doubt on their way here. For no more reason, we should hurry then. Oh, come on. Another sentinel. This movement is somehow different from before. It's gonna have to turn around then. We gotta be stealthy then. Stealth. Right, now that we practice our Metal Gear Soliding for a little bit, move on to the next event. Hey, yo, these ones are big. How are we to get around them? I will draw their attention with a glamour. It will not last long. The moment they are distracted, we must run with all haste. Ooh. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A teleportation device. This should end well. No turning back. Let's go. Lovely. Oh goodness! Somnus? A moment? Can anyone hear me? We've been sent to separate chambers. Dismissed. Poison. And has nullified my magic. These markings on the floor. I think they show us the way out. Oh! It's Omega Free. Remember Omega Free? We're doing it again. Okay, right. Oh fuck! Damn it. Okay, I should probably do this quickly, before I die. Okay, this direction. This direction. This direction. This direction. Ah, you still did it faster. Somehow we are still in one piece. And that means little to the others if we do not hurry. Alright, let's go. Oh, I was joking about Indiana Jones before. I was joking about Indiana Jones. I was just joking, please. I was just joking about Indiana Jones. Fuck. Oh, yikes! Oh, that was close. I can hear them ending over here, actually. Jump! Oh hey, we landed safely. Well, there's no going back now. I pray it is not much further. Sister! They have reached the temple! I fear they are too fast for us! Be careful of the traps inside. We're nearly there. It is unheard of for anyone to outpace the V's. What is this man who comes after you? Could it be Ranjit? If so, we have precious little time. We're gonna sprint again. Hopefully the trap was also the last indeed. Oh, I have to wait for my companions. Another door, wonderful. I can but imagine what waits us inside. Oh god, oh come on. Impossible.
Away with you!
Be gone!
This ends now!
Here I come! No holding back!
Oh shit, Almond. Okay, alright, she's being healed. Probably take aggro away from Simid as well. Actually, I don't think I can actually take aggro away, can I?
This and that and this!
No quarter!
Ouch! Oh, this is a struggle. Really? She did a limit break and then Jeet didn't even flinch. Oh, she pounded him. Okay, we gotta move. Open the sealed door. More sentinels? Go on, Somnus. I will draw their attention. Heart of Tapasa!
It seems to be working.
Oh, that's the big yikes.
I think not.
General, hold on! Huh?
He activated a trap.
Expertly done.
How was I to know that that would happen? It looked like any other part of the floor.
Oh no, it didn't. Well, now we have a situation.
Might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain? We poisoned a number of villagers in Slitherbough with a toxin brewed for us by the children. This is the antidote. I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are.
and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Now, try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Eventually someone will come to our rescue, or yours. Promise us safe passage, and we'll give you the antidote. Do we have a deal?
We do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours.
Oh, they call us villains.
General?
Do not fail.
You're stolen! No! Okay, like that's cool and all, but like, what am I supposed to do now? I have someone to fight up here.
How noble and pointless.
Also, you would kill your own teammate? Seriously?
Is everyone all right?
One of those really bad, right?
Oriage! At once! Down with you!
Damn.
Fankred got good with that gunblade. He just did
Where's Y'shtola?
He just did a burst strike there. Thankfully, Ranjit's cohorts had the good sense to fall back. Oimet should be here soon, with word from Fano. We should hold our position until she arrives. Oimet. Please let us, please tell me, if that hole might lead out to the woods somewhere. Were there another means of exiting the temple, there is no question that we would know of it. But I fear that is of little consequence, for we have tried to mark the depth of the pit and failed. To fall from such a height. Sister, I come bearing news! The Yomoran soldiers and the children have fled Ixmaya. They have abandoned Sliverbow as well, though they yet remain in the swamps near Lakeland. Unfortunately, a number of the Blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. One we believe to be of their order was found lost in Ixmaya, feverish and badly wounded. He was taken to Fanau for treatment, but I fear there is little we can do for him. He and the other Blessed will not last long without an antidote. Then we must act quickly. If you've a spare vial, Minfilia and I can deliver it to the Blessed at Silverbone. You and Orionje should return to Fano and tend to the wounded village of Air. What about Y'shtola? I know it seems countless of us to leave, but she's leapt into that hole for a reason. We have to save the Blessed, whatever it takes. Alright. My sisters and I will remain here. We must be certain of no soldiers who are still lurking about. Come, Somnus. Let not Ystola's sacrifice be in vain. Tifano. Ah, Runar is the afflicted villager. Heavens forfend. Runar. 'Twas he who forestalled the Umorans' procession, and in so doing, afforded thee time to traverse the temple. Quickly, the antidote. Here you go, buddy. You need it. Runar Runar still appears visibly pained. Perhaps he requires another dose of the medicine. The medicine seems to take effect as the color slowly creeps back to his cheeks. It would appear the worst have passed, though his wounds yet want for mending. I shall minister to him forthwith. Rest, Somnus, I prithee. I shall attend to Runar's ministrations. I almost got an upskirt. No, I shouldn't speak ill of the dead.
Runar, thank goodness.
We delivered the antidote to Slitherbow, and from what we could gather on the way here, the Ulmorans have had the good manners to withdraw. Thank the gods they did, or we would never have made it here in time. I'm told we have Runar and his comrades to thank for keeping the soldiers occupied prior to their retreat. They were preparing to come for you and Y'shtola, it seems, when Runar rallied the villagers and pursued them out of Slitherbow.
Where am I?
Ixmaya, in the care of the Vis. Thou art safe now, friend. Pray, rest thee a while longer.
No. No, I am all right. Somewhat heavy of limb, perhaps, but otherwise well, I assure you. I am glad to see you are all safe. When we realized where the soldiers were headed, we knew something had to be done. I do not see Master Matoya. She was with you, yes? What happened to her? What? Well, say something! Where is Master Matoya? No. No. No, that cannot be. Why would she do such a thing? Is there no other way? I cannot believe she... We must begin the search immediately. I will come with you. What are you waiting for? We must find her. She could be trapped, or hurt, or... She is alive. She is alive, damn you!
Forgive me for interrupting, but our scouts have apprehended an intruder. We thought perhaps he might be an associate of yours.
Oh boy, someone here to rub it in, huh?
Oh, look who it is.
Well, this is embarrassing. In my defense, they are surprisingly tenacious. So, what trouble have you gotten yourselves into this time?
We see there was this big hole.
Well, well. What an intriguing turn of events. My condolences, by the way. It is never easy to lose the ones we love. Well, she is dead, isn't she? Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so.
That you should be indifferent to her loss is no surprise. But to us, she was a friend. The best of friends.
You have something on your mind. What is it?
After she fell, there was a powerful gust of wind as if from nowhere.
Pray recount to us again that which thou witnessed in the ruins, omitting not the slightest detail.
Okay, well, she jumped in, grabbed the potion, threw it at me. I almost got an upskirt, but the potion covered it up. And she fell down with a smile, and then a big gust of wind happened.
Flow. The teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Uldar after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect.
Interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the live stream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination. I felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents.
Then I fear she may yet be lost to us. For it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river.
Yeah, she tried the same gambit twice.
Ah, very well. I'll go and fetch her.
Excuse me?
Perhaps a clear and unambiguous act of kindness will serve to win the trust you seem so determined to deny me.
So in case you missed any details there, you still hold the same gambit she did at the end of A Realm Reborn. And Emmett Selkier claims that he could just pull her out of the light stream. Like, just straight up, like, reach his hand and pull her out.
Legit.
Now then, if I'm to fetch her for you, I will require a suitable place for it to work. We must find somewhere that resonates strongly with the life stream. And by we, I mean you. To that end, I gift you this, an ethereal lamp of my own design. Keep it close as you venture out into the woods. The brighter the glow, the stronger the location's resonance with the life stream. Once you've found a likely spot, all you need to do is whistle. You do know how to whistle, don't you, hero? Just put your lips together and blow. To find the location that resonates with the life stream, you need to search the area marked on your map. Use your ethereal lamp to pinpoint an ideal location, then call for Emmett Selk. Oh, I actually have to... This should be around here somewhere. Perhaps now would be a good time to call Emmett Selk. There we go. A good whistle.
Yes, this place should serve well enough. Might I have a little space? I need to concentrate. Now then, what color was her soul again? Ah, there you are.
By the way, everything I said before about the last time this happened applies to the scene as well, which is actually why I know so much about that scene. Because we were forced to see it twice at least.
He's done it. He's brought her back.
Now here's the best part. Fucking makes clothes for her on the spot.
He's like, oh, I'm not gonna let the fans get what they want.
Exactly.
Snap a finger.
It's probably easier to
Pistola,
tell.
are you all right?
It's probably actually easier to tell that her models like that in this particular cutscene. We see more of her body, so not all Shroudian light. Either that or I have some mod on that I haven't turned off, that I forgot to turn off or something like that. But dear God, I hope not.
Yes, though I cannot imagine how. What happened?
Oh, by the way, because we took just 5 minutes to get her out of the live stream as opposed to half a fucking expansion like last time this happened, no lasting effects. So, I mean, she's still blind, but that's about the only thing. She's unchanged from the last time we saw her.
Thou didst invoke the power of flow, which thence did usher thy soul unto the life stream.
I wanted to save the antidote, and after that...
Was that just by instinct?
I did something exceedingly reckless, for which you will just have to forgive me.
Master Matoya! Oh, thank the heavens you're all right. I had nearly given up hope.
Please, Renard, dry your tears. What would the others think if they saw you like this? Come now. Did you really think I would go gently into that dark night with so much left undone? So many mysteries left unsolved?
Is there aught you wish to say to me? A word of thanks, perhaps?
Oh, by the way, back at the source when she did this and we had to pluck her out, we had to do a whole ass ritual. Whereas, like I said, Emmett Sunk literally just put his hand in and was like, gotcha, and pulled her out. So, you know, just to showcase the power of an Ascian compared to us mere mortals.
Emmet Selk, the Ascian of whom I spoke. 'Twas he who plucked thee from the live stream.
I see. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful. But let us turn our attention to more important matters, such as the Katana Ravel. You had better not have explored its depths without me.
Oh no, we didn't even fucking start. Heavens, no! In fact, I was awaiting your return.
Well, Almet and the others should be pleased to see you in such uncharacteristically high spirits. Let us return to Fanoff then, and discuss the coming expedition.
Let's see. Oh wait, what did he say? Let's see. What a touching reunion that was. It fair brought a tear to the eye. But as both know, such tender moments are nothing if not momentary. Before long they will remember their many differences and return to squabbling. No, you're wrong. They're better than that. Oh, if I had a gilf every time one of you heroes made their claim. But seriously, we Ascians do what we do for the greater good, for the rejoining. Though we may sow the seeds of chaos, it is man who tends to them, he who reaps their bountiful harvest. But I grow tired of these arguments. If you would kindly refrain from retorting and return to your customary brooding silence, I will take it as thanks for rescuing your companion and leave it at that. Now, we mustn't keep your friends waiting. I will give you this much, by the way. When I first saw that scene, I did not believe for a single second that Yostella was dead. Did you?
Ah. Can't kill off this soon.
Yeah.
Done a part one.
Exactly. It's too soon to kill her off anyways. Actually, Yostella's voice actor came out on record saying that, like, I don't think Yostella's ever gonna truly die. And I'm like, yeah, nope. Even if she does literally die with a capital D, she'll probably be resurrected somehow anyways, so... My apologies for having you put all through such an ordeal. I could see no other way to save the Knights Blessed. Happily, both they and I yet live, thanks to you. But our work here is not yet done. We must make ready to enter Kitana Ravel and put the Light Warden to the sword. With the Romarins gone, and our companion now returned, I think it best we go now before we can regroup. With magic flowing through once more through the Great Pyramid of Uxne, but the entrance to the Kitana Ravel should now be open. Before we leave, Ryonjay, did you discover anything that may suggest the Light Warden hides elsewhere? Nay, though we had but little time before the Omorans' most unwelcome arrival. We scoured the nearby environs and spoke once more with the one called Coriel. Having hearkened to her tale, it is my judgment that a Sin-Eater which her late mother did espy was indeed the being we seek, and that it most likely resided in the vicinity of Raktika Falls. In the absence of any subsequent sighting, I have no doubt to believe our quarry have sought out a new sanctuary. And given the considerable difficulty we face in reaching the falls, it may be certain it hath not been disturbed by man. And our course is clear. We must navigate the Kitana Ravel and make for Raktika Falls. Though you see it but another obstacle to be navigated, the Kitana Ravel is the oldest and most sacred of our temples. The accumulated knowledge of the Empire is said to reside within. Knowledge which is rightfully yours as allies of Ronka. You are welcome to explore. I fully intend to survey every inch of it, once our mission is complete. Were the Emperor still alive, you would be overjoyed to hear you say so. But I must warn you, though the way is open, it will still be heavily guarded. To encourage trespassers and test the worth of our allies, it had to be so. Be careful in that. Head east and you will find the path of Azure Fallows, leading to the Ravel. I wish you safe passage through the halls. Dude, what did we go back? We could go back to Eosia and everybody was BBC British. Master Matoya, I know I cannot dissuade you from going, so please, promise me you will return safely. Knights Blessed need you. You need not worry, Lula. I shall return, and bring with me a long-awaited gift, one with the Knights Blessed will treasure now and furthermore. Now, let us away. So, as you may have guessed, the Kitana Ravel is our next dungeon. Our efforts were not in vain, it seems. Stay on your guards on us. We know not what awaits us inside. Alright, let's form a party. Trust menu is up. This is the only party we can go in with. So, this is the only party we will go in with. The Kitana Ravel. Okay. Let's try and go through this as quickly as possible. Fairly confident that this party will probably be able to handle me pretty well. First though, we have to deal with this thing first.
I'll show you.
Okay, so, by the way, we've seen Y'shtola as a conjurer before, yeah? Now that she's in the first and now we're Warriors of Darkness, she's actually a black mage now.
I shall protect thee.
As you may notice, she's a DPS now. So she's a black mage now, and our healer's already on J. Neat! She had a job change on top of I should have mentioned that earlier, but yeah. She has a job change now. So you probably would have guessed, by the way, now that I say that she's a black mage, that the character that does the most damage is indeed Y'shtola. She's the black mage that has the AoE rotation as just part of her normal ass rotation. So, oh come on, seriously? Oh no. Oh! This is a problem. I need a tank stance. Ophelia, stop it. You're not a tank. Oh, come on, seriously? Oh, no.
Come on.
Ophelia has fallen! Oh no! That's a problem, actually. Oh god, okay, this is very much a problem. I did not expect anybody to die. Don't worry, their lives are a lot more expendable than mine is. But, this could prove to be an issue. They are dying faster, though, by virtue of Y'shtola being a badass. But we need to revive Ophelia. So, but I can't move them because the NPCs don't move with the with the enemies. At least these NPCs don't because they're ranged. So. They wouldn't feel the need to, unless I, like, run way out of range. Oh, this is an amazing start already, isn't it? As you can see, they were afflicted with this marvelous thing called AoE damage, courtesy of Foul of the 7th Dawn. Okay, let's go revive Ophelia. Urion J, cast your heal. Now. There you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Alright, I have to take stance on this time.
I shall protect thee.
Take this!
This is still slow. Alright, I'm not gonna waste any time. I'm just gonna charge straight into the. That was a lag spike. Whatever. Charge straight into the boss fight here. So it's actually better if I angle my camera like this away from my camera, or away from my character like this, so I can do the mechanics properly. That's just an AoE. Alright, Lozado Scorn is the trick here. That glowy side is a bad side, so we move. You see, by the way, what I meant by Y'shtola is very much the type to prioritize her cast times over over actually doing the mechanics. She stood in that AoE to complete that cast time. And I say more power to her. More black mages should be bold and brave enough to do that. Please don't die at black mages. I didn't mean it. Please live. But at the same time, if you think you can take a hit, take a hit. Yeah, by all intents and purposes, Y'shtola is actually the best DPS out of all the NPC characters.
I'll show you.
For now. For now. Just say that much. For now, she is the best DPS out of the trust tier NPCs. May still remain among the best in Endwalker, but definitely will have some competition later. She doesn't really have competition right now. Is she going to use the limit break, or is Mephilia going to do it? Is anybody gonna do it, actually? Or are they gonna only do it at like 10% or something, maybe? Maybe they're programmed to do that. I know that Alize uses the limit break immediately upon its popping. Oh, come on.
Now I've got you.
Huh. I guess they're not using the limit break for some reason. Why are they not using the limit break? I get that it's just the first boss of the dungeon, but normally, like, they've been using the limit break before. It's a new one.
I will not hold back.
Haha, these bats are called acrobats, get it? Bad. It's very bad. Are you intentionally muted, by the way, or are you just muted and forgot to unmute?
No, it's not moving right now.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you.
And then it's gonna be an extra swarm of acrobats here to deal with. I think I'm gonna stop the pull here though. Those things would be too much, I fear. So perhaps it's irrational fear of dying. NPCs are doing big pulls. Very much not irrational at all. I've done this dungeon with NPCs way too many times because I've had to level up the trust system. And, holy shit, do they kind of suck. You don't want to do these dungeons, like, multiple times in a row to try and level them up, like I did. You want to dose them out every now and then. It was like, you do your leveling roulette and all your dailies, and then you do a trust system dungeon. Luckily, though, the trust NPCs actually level up a lot faster than you do. Possibly so that they can just get to the next dungeon as quickly as possible. They typically only need to do 2 dungeon runs. 2 or 3 in order to level up once in a dungeon run. Of their level, that is. These iguana really don't hurt too much, but I mean, one enemy too much could mean a lifetime of differences, man. Trust me on this. Especially since I have leveled healers as well around this level. Enemies of these dungeons hurt a lot more than enemies of previous expansions. So. And no, it's not just because of the level increase. It's a lot of things. They've been really trying to kill the players nowadays. Give the tanks a lot more of a challenge. Especially since the deeper... Okay! Alright, you're still up. I didn't even ask! Anyways, the tank stance buff that you got in Stormblood, that in Heavensward and Realm Reborn, that increases your defense, that's just a trait for tanks now. So that's possibly the reason why enemies do more damage. They're expecting tanks to have their defense buff all the time. which they will, so.
Take this!
This one's also another one that's especially useful to have NPCs with. Those stalactites that fall down. You don't. It's very hard to judge where they're actually going to fall, but the NPCs will always avoid them 100%. So it's pretty wise to stand with the NPCs during that phase, during this attack right here. Well, I needed to move a little bit more out of the way. It seems that you still also moved out of the way while I was stacked on top of it. I didn't realize that. Ah, fuck! I missed the tank busters. Whatever.
I'll show you.
J is one of those healers that also focuses a lot more on healing than really anything else. He actually focuses a lot more on the buffs, actually, than anything else. Right, wait. So whenever he gets a card, he uses it immediately. I neglected to say that this thing's name is Batsquatch. It's like a Sasquatch, but a bat. They made a lot of puns here. It would make Adam West blush, but yeah, they had a lot of fun with it. Here we are at Rectica Falls. We need to get to the end of the falls and find the White Warden. This is where we're gonna actually see Sin Eaters. There we go, Sin Eaters. Are my friends with me? Oh, there they are. Probably should have preserved my cooldowns. I'm pretty confident though that because Blackest Night is so fucking amazing, I can pull all the way to the end here. And not have to worry about me dying too badly. Yeah.
Away with you!
She's about to use Foul. You can see a very veritable increase of death happening after she uses Foul. Very useful. Of course, like I said, like this is in no way, shape, or form replacing real ass players at all. Real ass players will perform much better, but I mean, it wasn't meant to replace real players, so. Hold on. After this, I'm gonna need to open. Let's try and get cooking a little bit here. Oh, stop! 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 Okay.
I will not hold back.
Oh fuck hell, Central Dignity does a lot worse than I thought it was gonna be. Alright, start healing. Fuck. I did it myself. Urianger, I don't believe Urianger uses gravity at all. So these big pulls might have been a bad idea with him. But he's my only healer, goddammit. I have to make his existence count somehow.
You underestimate me. You underestimate me.
There's that foul again. I think it's faster to just single target these things while a lot of party focuses on one. Every mobs at a time. Oh, do this that? I mean, I've been doing that, I guess. We're on our last enemy now. Oh, and there it goes. Okay. And now we have our Light Warden, Eros. It's straight up just Cerberus of Light. It is straight up just Cerberus of Light. I mean, it's a little different, because it's, we don't actually have the belly and chain mechanic to worry about, because thank fucking Christ. But, I think it's uses the exact same model. Or not the exact same model, but hey, it's Cerberus, come on, it's a three-headed dog. It also has its skill, Hound Over Heaven, which is a direct contrast to Cerberus' move, which is Hound Over Hell. So, and of course it's angelic and light themed as Sin Eaters are. So, Really, you had to stand in the very fucking center so that it would be out of melee range. I mean, that would be the safest location, but you can be in melee range. Arm's length this, so I can get knockback immunity. They'll have to dodge over there. That means they'll all have to like sprint on over here. Fine. About to use Rend. Goes like Knight. It's only half dead.
Gloves are off.
I was hoping we would kill it during nighttime, so that subsequent cutscene would make sense. But it looks like we're gonna kill it by daybreak in game. Because it's 5:30 AM in game right now, so.
This is going to leave a mark.
I mean, the cutscene will still reflect nighttime. Because the cutscene will always be nighttime, but when we get out of the dungeon, it'll be daybreak. So, which is kind of not as cool, but still, I guess we'll work with it. Surprised no one's using their limit break yet. I can't tell them to use the limit break, mind you. So, it's not as if there's really much of a... Oh. The NPCs will always stand there. I shall protect thee. Now would be a good time to use that limit break. Whoever's gonna use it. Fuck it, I'm doing it. Never mind. Are you perhaps tuning out right now? Or...
No. Instead, my pinch just left the room, so I'm free now.
Ah, neat. Okay, alright. We exit this place. See what I tell you. Cutscene always reflects nighttime.
The Light Warden is dead. The Blessed's prayers have been answered.
Aye, that they have.
His condition yet troubleth thee?
It does. Though he shows no immediate signs of corruption, the danger remains. He must be told. Would you describe it to me, Marie-Ange? Paint for me a picture with your words.
A sea of shimmering stars. Diamonds strewn across a raven gown. Boundless and beautiful. 'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source. Calm and gentle and forgiving.
I can see it.
For however deep the void, or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light. Ominous though that may sound, given our present travails.
Ass slap.
Well fought. Let us return home. The murals. If I am not mistaken, they predate the Empire.
How can you tell?
A peculiarity of the paint. Most are made from mineral-based pigments, but whatever was used here is older than anything I have ever seen. According to Almet, this sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these murals commemorate, I wonder?
Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting.
Come to lead us to safety, have you?
I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour? Fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work.
You're plotting something.
Every hour of every day. But never you mind about that. As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more. Well, I would quit this place and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done. Ah, there is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
You recognize these scenes?
That I do. Indeed, there was a time when anyone and everyone would. Until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. And the worst part? No one could remember it. Not really. Just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world. A vision shared of a paradise lost, preserved only in song and scripture and paint. Once upon a time. Yet here we find ourselves again, to look, learn, and remember.
Then share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening.
Before the Great Sundering, there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name, and by his grace was the calamity averted.
Zodiac.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn, she who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus was Zodiac banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. But it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiac and Hydaelyn are not gods. But...
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh. They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. The eldest and most powerful of primals.
You have spun quite a tale. Yet you have not explained the role of the Ascians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Finally you ask the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Ascians know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiac, we natives of that sundered paradise. Now, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
That was a lore bomb. Big lore bomb. So yeah, Zodiac and Hydaelyn are both primals. Hydaelyn is a primal. Self-same ones we are sworn to kill, yes? Oh, there's more to it to that as well. The Ancients are actually the Ascians. The Ascians are also the Ancients. That is their place of origin. And in truth, the original world was actually Zodiac. And Hydaelyn came in, destroyed it, and replaced it. And what we're on is not a reflection of the source proper. It's a reflection of Zodiac and the original source. Which is why they want to do the Great Rejoining. Where they rejoin all the reflections into the source. So that they can, you know, remake Zodiac and make him whole again. That's the whole point of the Ascians. So that they can make Zodiac whole again and go back to a semblance of their ancient civilization from way, way back then. That was an enlightening experience, though not in the way I'd hoped. Do you suppose there's truth in Emmett Selk's claims? Though recent events plainly warrant further discussion, I think it best that we wait until Alphino and the others are present. Emmett Selk included. How convenient that he should choose this moment to keep to the shadows. Well, no matter. For the present, we should return to Fano and make certain of the Umorans' withdrawal. At that Sliverbell, the blessed are no doubt elated by what has become of the sky. Yeah, isn't that a twist? By the way. Isn't that a twist? That maybe all along we were the bad guys, yeah?
Oh well, still our job.
Ah, you're returned, and unharmed, I see. Indeed, I am pleased to report that the Light Warden is no more, thanks in large part to you. And the death of a single Sin Eater should make such a difference. As our numbers waned, so too did our hope that the runes would have devoted our lives to guarding which would ever find purpose. Yet here you are, the allies of whom we have waited these many centuries, and with your arrival came the chance to pass on our legacy, the ancient wisdom of the Empire. That alone would have been reward enough. Never did we imagine it would serve to banish the light that pervaded these woods. On behalf of the V's, our forebears, and the late Emperor of Ronka, you have our deepest thanks. It is we who should be thanking you. Our journey through the Kitana Ravel proved most enlightening. To be privy to such knowledge is an honor, one for which we never hoped. Please, you need not be so humble. We but do our best to as decreed by the late Emperor. Would that he were still with us to express his gratitude in person. But sister, does this mean our duty is fulfilled? To our allies, perhaps, but the ruins cannot be left unguarded. So long as we live in these woods, the secrets of Ronka must not fall into the wrong hands. Is Runar still here? No, we escorted him back to Sliverbell shortly after you set out. If you would return to the Knights Breasted, we would not keep you any longer. I suspect that they would be glad of your company. Thank you, Almet. I look forward to a day when we might share a more leisurely visit to the ruins of Ronka. We will await your return then.
Ah, you are returned, and none the worse for wear, I see.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
They turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky. The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes. The sunless sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering. In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. That we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. When first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. Now I see that I was right. You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong, but we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
I will do as you say, but please, let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I'm sorry, Runar, but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us. For we share the same path and the same fate.
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we will hold you in ours. Now, and ever after. By the boundless dark, this I swear.
We're almost done with part 1, by the way. I can feel, I don't know, I can't tell if you're like losing energy or if you're just like bored. Or if something else is going on, maybe.
No.
Okay. Well,
Asking me.
Okay. Well, it pains me to leave. It is time I returned with you and the others to the Crystarium. But before we go, might I speak with you in private? I will await you in my chambers. Thank you for coming. I fought to keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victory at Raktika Falls, I fear they proved true, and so I must share them with you. From the first when we met at Fort Gong, your ether has appeared, tainted, suffused with an overabundance of light, not unlike the Sun Eaters. When you defeated the Light Warden, I feared the light which poured forth from it was not negated by Hydaelyn's blessing. Rather, it was absorbed into your being. Urianger also suspects as much, though he is unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain. With every warden you defeat, the danger to you grows greater. Greater perhaps than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, pray inform me at once. You should hurry, before the others begin to worry. Once I have sorted my things here, I will join you. I think there's some pretty neat dialogue. I'd always complained that her cave was such a mess. Books and scrolls strewn about like child's playthings. Gods, I really am turning into her. Oh yeah, she has to clean up all her books. I think we missed the fun dialogue. Or... yeah, we missed it. Whatever. If you talk to Y'shtola, at some point during the main story here, she'll comment on how you're not getting anything done by staring at her ass. So, like, she literally says that. So,
nice.
We took one last patrol of the perimeter. All things considered, Sliverbow remains relatively unscathed. Thanks to the antidote, all those who were poisoned will make a full recovery. And with the night sky returned, their prayers have at last been answered. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Shall we be off then? Art felt certain this is best. I'll not deny there's a part of me that wishes I could stay. For 2 years I have lived with the Blessed, learned their culture, even going so far as to adopt Master Matoya's name as my own. I but pray I did honor to it. Now is not the time to doubt or hesitation. Come, we must return to the Crystarium. Other way. All things considered, it's hardly surprising that Alphino and Alize have yet to arrive. But where is the Exarch? My friends, it is good to see you all again. Alphino! It has been too long. I assume your presence here means you've learned, you brought word of the warden hiding Artica. I killed it. Found and slain, you say? I should have known. Umor has but recently dispatched soldiers to all corners of Norvrat to defend them. I'm glad to see their efforts were wasted on the Great One. Speaking of Umor, what came of your meeting with Voltfree? Yes, about that. It proved to be... Exarch, you mustn't push yourself. Your time away from the tower has clearly taken its toll. No doubt you're all tired as well, having traveled so far. Why don't we all take a much-needed rest before we discuss our findings? I fought to propose the very same. After your clash with the warden, you deserve a chance to recuperate. It's settled then. We reconvene after everyone has had time to settle in. That is... I'm not gonna bring attention to the spoiler bit. We saw a spoiler, I'll just say that much, but I don't think you noticed it, so it's fine. Alright. Retire to our quarters. And reconvene with Ardbert as well, more importantly. Huh. I'm checking myself out.
So there's a light sealed inside you, is there? You wouldn't know it from the outside. You look the same as you ever did to me.
And what if that changes? What if it overwhelms me?
I'm damned if I know. It's not as if I can lift a finger to help myself, much less you.
Have faith in your friends, look out for them, and hope that they look out for you. What more can you do?
I guess so.
Think he was telling the truth? Emmett, I mean. All that rot about Hydaelyn being no different from any other primal. If so, what would that make her blessing? Are we just slaves to her will?
Well, I wouldn't think it. I still think for
Let's
myself.
pay him no mind. Lies the Ascian stock in trade. Villains, heroes, all a matter of perspective, they'd have you believe. One man's fond memory, another's waking nightmare. Me, I'm no saint or savior. Just another sinner. And I know damn well I'm in no position to judge. When I saw the people of Slitherbow look up at the sky and celebrate the return of the dark, felt good. It was moments like that that I cherished. Much more than the thrill of adventure. The quiet after the storm. I always took comfort in that.
Spoken like a true hero. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. Meanwhile in Garlemald indeed. What's happening over here? Holy shit, this is actually the city proper, actually. It's the first time we've seen it.
What did the scouts have to report?
Several skirmishes, but nothing of consequence. The fighting seems to have taken its toll on both sides.
A stalemate, then. The Alliance has done well to hold the line for so long. But then they did have Ishgardian reinforcements.
Pride, huh?
Nevertheless, neither side has any appetite for a prolonged engagement. 'Tis but the calm before the storm. And should the Empire choose to bring their full might to bear...
To say nothing of Black Rose. All the more reason to hasten our search. How close are your people to identifying our next target?
Close enough, though I have received some troubling intelligence. One of our generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without trace from the battlefield at Gimlet Dark.
Odd. Dead seems unlikely. Fled less so. I wonder where he'll turn up.
Were I a betting man, I would say here, in the capital. Not that any deserter who valued his life would contemplate returning, but a corpse might, given the right encouragement.
In the manner of his royal remains, you mean?
Elidibus plainly has no need of a new host, so the question becomes who? It may be that another player has joined the game. Something to consider at any rate. But come, there's work to be done.
These bloodless games make for poor sport. Mayhap if father... Nay. I am a stranger to him in this body. Besides, there is but one hand that can make me whole again. My enemy. My friend. I know not what entertainment occupies you, but if you will not clear the way for me, then I shall seize the reins of fate once more.
And that right there is the end of Shadowbringers Part 1! Woot woot! Finally! Thoughts, feelings, concerns, generally just things you want to get out of the way, out of your chest?
It's gonna start kicking up now.
I mean, yeah, as if it wasn't kicking up before, yeah?
It's been happening.
Yeah.
Freaking Estinian and the Black Wolf are still carrying our back while we are dicking around here. And
pretty much, yeah.
and then we're gonna come in, save the day while they did all the heavy lifting.
Oh, no, you're not gonna... Yeah, that's not the twist. Actually, that whole thing with Estinian and Gaius, we have zero... we actually have zero, sort of involvement in that. Whatever their secret mission there is right now is literally just context to fill the void for what's happening in the source. Because we actually don't influence that at all. We don't do anything.
Cry literally have to carry the back while we're here dicking around.
Well, we're not dicking around. We're saving the goddamn planet. 2 of them. We're saving 2 worlds. Anyways, what do you feel about the story so far?
Solid.
Yeah?
This part took like 15 hours in length.
Yep. Approximately 15 hours.
It doesn't even feel like 15. If it wasn't for the fact we had splits between 2 days, it would probably feel like we've only been here for like what? Not even 1 day, half a day probably.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite the expedition, compared to expansions of yore. Goes through a lot more ground a lot quicker, so I don't know, I really like it. It's really, really good. A lot of things have been really good that we've been going through, and again, it only gets better, so oh boy, does it only get better. But yeah, tomorrow? You good for tomorrow to finish part 2? We'll try
I have to cut a little short. I have an interview on Wednesday at 1 o'clock.
So you have to sleep a little earlier than normal? Okay, we'll see how far we can go tomorrow then. We'll see how far we can go, and we might have to split it, yeah.
Near the end.
I mean, part 2 is basically the end anyways, of the base expansion. I don't know how long it's gonna be, but I will tell you we have... I wanna say... Technically 3 areas left, but we are going back to Amarang and Kalusia. So, it would actually... technically 3 areas, technically 2 areas, since we're just going to half areas of the other 2. But those half areas very much account for whole ass areas, especially since we weren't really in them for that long to begin with anyways. So yeah, basically it's gonna be a little shorter than part 1, I think. So we might be able to go through it all in one day. Tomorrow. That's gonna be where Shadowbringers will be the end of the base expansion, and then it will go to a crescendo in part 3, because part 3 is gonna be the end of the Shadowbringers storyline proper. And again, trust me, like the pacing is gonna be like breakneck pace, especially once we get to part 3. So yeah, this story is really fucking good. I loved it from the start. But, yeah, so far it's like getting really, really good. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here, and yeah, maybe we'll talk a little bit afterwards streams, right? We'll see. I don't know. I'm gonna go eat after stream, so
okay.
If there's still stuff to be, you know, if we can still talk afterwards, we'll probably talk afterwards. But for now, I'm gonna stop the stream and eat. So,
Okay.
yeah.